And welcome back to day 2 of the Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships up here in beautiful Natoma. Look at this water today. I would like to invite you all to come to the beach and stand, and please remove your hats for the national anthem.
Venue test. Venue test.
How are you gonna go? No, that's fun.
On the water radio test, 1, 2, 3, radio test.
Go get him, G! Man, I thought they left already.
This venue test.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships for 2023. We are so excited to be here on this gorgeous day at Lake Natoma. Conditions are absolutely beautiful, and today we're going to see a series of petite level finals and grand finals in all race categories. But first, we would like to say thank you to everyone that has made this possible. Sacramento State Aquatic Center and its staff, led by Brian and Cindy Dulgar, just do a phenomenal job in making sure that all I's are dotted and T's are crossed to make sure that we have perfect race conditions, and their staff is unparalleled. But we'd also like to thank California State Parks for hosting the Aquatic Center and letting us put these races on every weekend in May. Coming up, we will have the first race of the morning, which is the men's collegiate varsity 8 petite level final. Crews are just now coming into the starting blocks and getting aligned. We'll go ahead and give you the lane assignments. In lane 1, UC Irvine. Lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, Western Washington. And Lane 5, Lewis and Clark.
Oh yeah, it was good. Yeah. No idea what it was. No idea what it was. You got a photo document. It was good. We first was like an hour, and then I just hung around for another hour and a half. Left like 20 minutes early, and on the season too, so I was like,
And we have a start. We've just passed the breakage point, all boats rowing cleanly, and we are on our way. As predicted, our leader is going to come out of lane 1. That's UC Irvine, the Anteaters. They are looking at their closest challenge coming out of lane 3. That's UC Santa Barbara. Again, we're very early on in this race, so there's still quite a bit of overlap between crews. Only crew that's dropped off just a little bit is going to be lane 5, Lewis and Clark. This is a D3 program rowing out of the Portland area, Lewis and Clark. They are a sponsored program by their university and have always done such a good job in the Division III categories. But we're looking at a big challenge here out of the programs from Irvine, Santa Barbara, Davis, and Western Washington. Those 4 crews really pushing themselves so hard that we've seen UC Irvine now push themselves to a full length lead, and it will be their bow first across the line at 500 meters gone. Davis and Santa Barbara, Davis in lane 2, Santa Barbara in lane 3, almost deadlocked here, just pacing each other side by side. Western Washington down by about a length, so in that 4th place position. Very solid 34.5 strokes a minute for Irvine as they continue to take inches away and move their bow just a little bit farther away from Davis. Davis now trying, I'm looking at that coxswain looking across, trying to push her crew up just 1 seat. Right now they have 1.5 seats over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara looking at a 7-seat lead over the Vikings of Western Washington. All crews now approaching 1,000 meters gone. Our crew from Lewis and Clark a little bit off the back here, down by about 2 lengths of open water, rowing very cleanly. But the good race here is in between UC Davis and UC Santa Barbara. Kind of going back and forth between 1 to 2 seats between those crews. We'll see what happens at the halfway point, but what is clear is that Irvine is taking space every stroke. So now it's Irvine with about a 2 seat of open water lead. And now here is that shift from Davis, now sitting 3 seats over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara in third with 1 length over Western Washington. Lewis and Clark continuing in 5th.
Are you staying just for the racing or anything?
Race and then trophy. Yeah. And then she's gonna come around and then I gotta work on it. 5.
And if you are looking at the screen now, we have a beautiful drone shot here of UCI just pulling away little by little, keeping those blades in the water for such a long time. They look so composed here, just cruising down the course. And I would like to point out that at UCI, we have their coach, Mike Sullivan, here, which is back after a 40-year gap and was actually one of the founders of this conference and regatta. So, Mike Sullivan, congratulations on getting a crew out here to row so beautifully in lane 1 at the petite final here. Such a nice day for it. And in lane 2, we have UC Davis, which also has a very, very long history of a very, very strong program. It's a big rebuilding year for UC Davis. They actually only have 3 fourth years in their whole program right now. And they've done a really phenomenal job at Crew Classic and this year. And they're really looking towards quite a bit of success at Accra coming up. So really well done to UC Davis. We have UC Santa Barbara in lane 3, trailing just a little bit here. It looks like their bow deck is still overlapped a few seats with Davis. We still have our leader as UCI in lane 1 along the shore, and we should see them now. If you are on the beach, you can see those oars again flashing in the sun like that. Absolutely beautiful as we make our way towards 500 to go. In lane 5, we still have Lewis and Clark just a little bit off the back. But it is still lane 1, UCI, along the shore here that is leading the pack. And Davis, bow ball to about the end of the stern deck here, but we're going to see as we come into the red zone how UCI brings it up for the finish, and I am guessing that they are going to throw their cards on the table here and really lay it down. And as I speak, here they go. Look at UCI here, sitting up tall. What a great finish for Coach Mike Sullivan. Lane 2, Davis, really giving them a run for their money. They brought the rate up, sitting up tall here. And look at this, even Santa Barbara now pushing, followed by Western Washington. And in that 4th place position, that will be Western Washington. Here we have Lewis and Clark finishing up with a nice sprint to the finish here. And that will round out our men's V8 Petite final.
But apparently it's supposed to go back in the 60s. And I'm like, back in San Diego, I think it's going to be nice.
Dude, I think you're gonna catch it down in San Diego and then this is the step
Yeah, no, San Diego. Oh, I have some rain next week, but I got low to mid 60s. And I'm going golfing next week. You ain't going golfing next weekend? I brought my little Oh, draw.
And we are just 2 minutes away from the start of the grand final of the men's collegiate varsity eights. In lane 1, UCLA. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Orange Coast College. Lane 4, Santa Clara. Lane 5, University of San Diego. And Lane 6, Washington State University. And out here this morning in this grand final, we're looking at a good cross-section of Division I programs and very strong club programs. We've got some nationally ranked crews here with UCLA ranked third in the ACRA polls. We've got Washington State ranked in the top 20 in the ACRA polls. And of course, Orange Coast College, a perpetually fast crew at the club level. We've got UC San Diego coming off a stellar season, highlighted by a win in the Cal Cup at the San Diego Crew Classic. So we are sure to see some fast times being thrown down this morning. And we do have a hand up. So if you are watching on our live stream, we're going to see hands up in the air coming out of one of our lanes. So what this means is within the first 100 meters, if there is some sort of breakage, if there is some sort of issue in the boat, the coxswain or the rowers can raise their hands and stop the race. So that's what's happening here right now. We will come back and let you know more, but it looks like this race has been stopped. Crews will get turned around and head back into alignment, fix whatever the problem is, and we'll be back.
No, I don't want to do that.
But there's something that's broken thing. Yeah, but I think that's 2 years.
Yeah, but maybe they are linked together when they have two groups, right?
Gavin!
I got 113 left on or whatnot. I was swiping the ball overall really well.
I
I had a par on, I think I had a par on the front and a par on the back. And then just a lot of the blocks, like double blocks. That's what killed me. I had like a 10 on a hole. I had a couple of snow, I had a lot of snow. I had a couple of snowmen. That wasn't good. And I had like a couple bogeys. I probably had like 4 or 5 like bogeys and pars combined. Like my first through like 3, I was only +2 through 3. Like I had par, I think I had par bogey.
I wasn't invited. Emma, no, I wasn't.
Behind me first. But yeah, so it's my driver too, dude. I can't get my driver out there. I don't know why. And some of my balls just were not going the way I wanted them to go. But I was hitting the ball, dude. I got close to like 200 with like 5 wood. I was like, hey, I'll take 105 wood, dude. Yeah. 200. I looked at 300 all day. I'm just not really doing that. I love that. I just suck at smart pitching. I'm like tipping onto the thing. That's where I suck. So when I practice, I'm like, all right, I'm fine. But when I get out there, no. I'm all in my head. I'm going over the green, short.
Nothing but pain. He's a 7 and something like that. I just get down that down. And the boys do.
Yeah, we watched American football last night. That's pretty much about it. We watched that. What about you? Go up
Yeah,
there.
I didn't know it was free. Actually, this thing was actually like 2 hours. Yeah. Well,
It'll take just a couple of minutes to get these crews back into the starting blocks. least we got a little bit of nervous energy out, and maybe that adrenaline will be harnessed properly, and we'll get back to action here in just a couple of minutes.
Take the 10% penalty. Okay. Take the 10% withdrawal. You can withdraw your principal. You can withdraw your principal investment tax. Well, yeah, no, you can. You have a traditional 401k. You got tax deferred when you contribute. Yeah, you should be able to pull it out. And not get taxed on that. At least as long as you're pulling out your principal, not your earnings.
You can borrow against your 401k and pay yourself back, and then you can write off the interest. You can get the interest and write it off.
Oh.
So, like, morning, how are you this morning? Last race.
Last race.
Right? I thought they were already gone. I got here at like 7:20 or something, and I'm like, I didn't even see anything.
Oh, did you see him?
And then they went by, and I'm like, going, what? They were like late. Yeah. Okay, so they went, when they win the race, did they go row up, or did they row right into here? And get the book? So they don't spin around.
We were sitting at
But they don't spin around, they come right up here.
because there's something over there because they've done this. Cindy! How is this possible that she's a senior there, Mama? See that?
All right, we have all crews back into the starting blocks. Coxswain's making their final adjustments to make sure that their bows are pointed perfectly down the course. If you're watching at home, you can see how the sterns of the boats are being held and pushed out into place so that the starter, the aligner, has a perfect alignment of all bows. Athletes taking a big deep breath. Green flag is up. Crews are being pulled. And we have a start.
The donors and sit with them, make sure they're all taken care of. She'll be amazing at that. She'll be great.
Absolutely beautiful conditions this morning for what is sure to be the fastest race of the day. We've got some incredibly fast crews out here, with UCLA pulling the fastest times in all of their heats yesterday. So we're looking at them to really make a jump, get off the line quickly, and assert their dominance as they did in the heats. But we're looking at a really good challenge here coming out of lane 5, University of San Diego, as well as UC San Diego. UCLA, indeed, they are the leader here early on. We're just at 250 meters in and still quite a bit of overlap between all crews. UCLA up front, but UC San Diego also making a move for that first place position. We're very quickly coming up to 500 meters gone, and right now that leader is going to be, that's UC San Diego. Again, we said UC San Diego really having a phenomenal season here, winning that Cal Cup at San Diego, which is no small feat. Very, very competitive category. So really jumping out of the gates here, UC San Diego taking that lead. We're looking at UCLA now in the second place position, with Santa Clara in lane 4 in third, followed by University of San Diego rowing out of lane 5 in fourth. In the fifth place position, we're going to move back to the inside. That's Orange Coast College. They're rowing out of lane 3 in that beautiful yellow Empacher. And in the sixth place position, it will be Washington State, the Cougars. But man, what a race here from UC San Diego. Maybe they got those jitters out after that false start. because they are just taking off. They are looking at now a 7-seat advantage over UCLA. UCLA sitting just 2 seats over Santa Clara. Santa Clara also testing themselves throughout the spring against some of the top Division I programs in the nation, really having a stellar season, and it looks like that seasoned approach to racing is paying off here as Santa Clara moves themselves into the 3rd place position, but being challenged by University of San Diego right next to them. So University of San Diego in 4th, Orange Coast slipping back to 5th with Washington State in 6th. All crews just shy of 1,000 meters to go.
But this one, her counselor at school, her counselor, and I've been like playing the whole team. I've been the team
Getting a stroke rating here on UC San Diego. I have them clocked at 38.5 strokes a minute. That sounds really high, but that's pretty normal here for the men's collegiate varsity 8s. They are at a very high level of fitness and technical acuity. Just behind them, though, a shift has been made in that UCLA boat. UCLA trying to claw back and maybe regain ground on UC San Diego, but the Tritons, that coxswain looking across his port side, trying to keep his crew just abreast of UCLA. So UC San Diego now sitting bow to stern over UCLA. Santa Clara still in 3rd within contact to that UCLA boat. But University of San Diego in 4th, they are trying mightily to see if they can take a little bit of space away from Santa Clara, maybe get themselves into a medaling position. Orange Coast College continuing in 5th, but on the move, and Washington State back just by a bit of open water in 6th. Whitney, we're going to turn it over for you for the final of this race.
And it is looking like we still have UC San Diego in that dominating position. That coxswain looking over at the bow ball of UCLA now as they approach 500 to go. And what is so cool about this race, too, is we actually have some Orange Coast College alumni coaching these boats at UC San Diego and UCLA who are now in contention for the 1st and 2nd place position. So a lot of Coast alumni go on to row at these other programs as well as coach. And we can see UC San Diego right now pushing away at that higher rate as we come into that 500 to go. This should be a really exciting race here. Keep an eye out. If you are on the beach, you are going to see the rates just climb a little bit as these guys just claw towards that last 300 to push for that medal position. UCLA here, the Bruins in lane 1, had the 2nd fastest time of the day yesterday and are now bow ball to stern on UC San Diego, who has taken that rate up. Looks like just a little bit. Hard to tell just from here quite yet. But as they come into that last 300, keep an eye on UC San Diego. And this sprint, they are sure to throw down a very grand finale here and shoot for that 1st place position. Followed by UCLA, just a few seats open water down from UC San Diego. And here we go. Look at the Tritons pushing for that 1st place. They know that if they hold their position, they are going to win this race. Followed by UCLA, Orange Coast College making a big push here in the sprint. Look at them challenging Santa Clara, possibly for 3rd, but we'll see if they run out of water. And it looks like Santa Clara for 3rd, Orange Coast College for 4th, USD in 5th, followed by Washington State. And again, that is unofficial. We have all boats across the line. We will see where those places ended up. Congratulations to UC San Diego.
Wow, what a race there in the men's collegiate varsity 8. Really hard to top the excitement coming out of those crews. Congratulations to all crews, but congratulations to UC San Diego for taking that win. Coach Jeff Collette really making a difference in that program. Well done, all crews. Back in action on the course, we will pick up the petite level final here in the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 for the Division I and Open programs. There are just 2 boats on the course, so we're just going to give a quick update. We're looking at Seattle University in lane 1 and Santa Clara in lane 2. Right now it does look like the crew from Seattle rowing very cleanly and composed. They've got a fairly low stroke rate because they have quite a bit of a lead over Santa Clara. Looks to be about a length and a half of open water. Santa Clara, the Broncos, doing a really nice job here, finishing up their WIRA regatta with a strong posting in this petite level final. We'll let this one progress down the course, but it is the Red Hawks of Seattle taking the lead in this petite level final for the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 for Division I and Open programs. They are now coming across 1,000 meters to go.
Oh, and you're going back to your still fan too. I literally pulled out, I thought, attacked you, started and swung down. Oh my gosh, that's how you did already. Wow, so they must just launch on these boats.
Stagger amount. But now, these guys, somebody should come up and get an award, because it was the men's final.
One boat is very much in front of you.
And here for the petite final of the Women's V8, we have Seattle University here along the beach, finishing up beautifully. in that first place position, followed by Santa Clara.
No, they're rowing out.
All right, we're back up at the start for the next grand final of the morning. This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 for Division 1 and Open programs. Great cross-section of crews here and really exciting. We're looking forward to some fast times coming out of the heats yesterday. In Lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, University of San Diego. Lane 3, Sac State. Lane 4, UC San Diego. Lane 5, St. Mary's College. And Lane 6, University of Portland. Yesterday, Stanford put down the fastest time of the day, but not really having that much of a challenge coming out of the heats. So pretty excited to see what they're going to be able to do next to University of San Diego and Sac State. Those two crews only separated by 1 second in the heats. So really pushing each other all the way down the course. University of San Diego, of course, having an amazing season. They won the Cal Cup at San Diego Crew Classic, an incredibly competitive event. And then Sac State, they are the defending champions. They put all 4 boats in the grand finals this weekend at WIRA's, with Portland and UC San Diego, St. Mary's rounding out the competition here. All crews now being pulled, and we're getting ready to go. All right, we are past that breakage point, past that first 100 meters. And as predicted, it is Stanford in lane 1 that's pushed their nose out in front. All crews, still quite a bit of overlap as we move through the starting sequence. So as the crews start and jump out of the gates, they get the boat up and running with a series of short, fast strokes and then settle into their base rate. And the 2 crews doing the best, settling into that rate at 250 meters gone, it's going to be Stanford, followed by UC San Diego. We just saw the UC San Diego men take that men's collegiate varsity 8 race. And we're looking at the adrenaline excitement coming out of lane 4, UC San Diego, to match what their men just did in that grand final. But Stanford along the shoreline, these are the lightweights. So again, a separate program from their teammates over in the open weight division at Stanford. This is a separate program with separate coaches and resources. But the Stanford lightweights, a perpetual top competitor at the national level. They have a number of national championships under their belts and trophies, and here they are putting themselves out against the top open weight programs in the nation. Stanford now with a 6-seat lead. UC San Diego still holding on to that second place position, sitting just 1 seat over Sac State. Sac State in 3rd, rowing out of lane 3. Right next to them, University of San Diego, the Toreros, pacing Sac State. So that's exactly what we saw in the heats yesterday. Sac State and University of San Diego separated by just 1 second. So we're sure to see a great battle down the race course between those 2 crews. But right now, wow, what a great start here for the Tritons as they come up to 750 meters gone. In the 5th place position, it will be lane 6, the University of Portland. The pilots doing a nice job staying within contact to these top 4 crews. Back by just a bit of open water, it will be the Gales of St. Mary's. St. Mary's rowing on Briones Reservoir in beautiful Moraga, California. They are a part of the WCC. They'll be back here in a couple of weeks, again racing the University of Portland. But back to the leader, Stanford, continuing to push their bow a little bit further away from the rest of the field. But man, look at this. I've got 3 bows straight across between University of San Diego, Sac State, UC San Diego. I can't tell the difference between what's going on here. It depends on whose blade is in the water. Bow balls going back and forth. And as we come up to 1,000 meters to go, we're going to see those shifts. We're going to see some jumps, maybe some power 10s, and a move, because that third 500, we talked about it yesterday, it's what I call the pain cave. That's really where you've got to go inward and just keep that body going. That's where the coxswain comes into play. She takes over and just gets into your brain to keep you moving along. I'm looking at those coxswains, and the intensity coming out of the body is just palpable. But Stanford in first. They are now bow to stern. And now University of San Diego in lane 2, they have taken over that second place position. Sacramento State pushing themselves into third. And UC San Diego now in fourth. Portland staying right there in fifth. So now some good separation. That really happened quickly in that third 500. Those shifts that we saw at the 1,000-meter line were just phenomenal, and now there is a good amount of separation between crews, and you will find these crews in their lane order. So Stanford in first, University of San Diego in second, Sac State in third, UC San Diego in fourth, Portland rowing out of lane 6, they are in fifth, St. Mary's in 6. We'll turn it over to Whitney for the finish of this grand final for the women's collegiate varsity 8.
And as we start to approach 500 to go, we are looking at a really neat race here that is separating themselves a little bit more and a little bit more as we start to approach here. 500 to go. That is Stanford in the lead, followed by University of San Diego, followed by Sac State, then UCSD, University of Portland, and St. Mary's. And if you look at our leader here, Stanford, they are holding on. It is so neat to see a lightweight program out here rowing like little hummingbirds. You can see them with the rate just a little bit higher than some of the other crews. But it is so fun to see these lightweight crews out here again, and you don't get to see lightweight 8s too often anymore. And as we are looking at Stanford along the shore here, within that 500-meter mark, we are looking at University of San Diego, who has to decide if they are going to try to overtake. It is going to be now or never, or they are going to run out of water. So we will see what this coxswain decides to do to overtake Stanford. And if they can, Stanford, I'm sure, will be doing their best to try to defend that first place position that they are holding and have held for most of this race. Following that is our defending champions, Sac State in lane 3, who I'm sure will also want to defend themselves on their home course here. As we come into the last 300 meters, keep an eye on Stanford on the shore here. These lightweights are going to start fluttering. University of San Diego really challenging now. Look at this. They are not going down without a fight for that medal position. Sac State also bringing up that rate, but the race here is between Stanford and University of San Diego. Look at that Hudson shark fin in lane 2 trying to make a push. Stanford holding them off for that first place position. And that will be Stanford, University of San Diego, Sac State, UC San Diego, Portland, and St. Mary's finishing up with a nice sprint here. What a race here for the women's Varsity 8 Division I Grand Final. Congratulations to Stanford Lightweights.
She's woke. She's so cool.
All right, I had to take a big deep breath coming off the excitement of that last race. But here we are, the racing never stops at Lake Natoma as we move back up to the start for the petite final of the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8. Now this is for the Division 2, 3, and club programs, and we're going to see a good cross-section of those here in this petite final. In lane 1, Arizona State. Lane 2, Lewis and Clark. Lane 3, University of Lane 4, Pacific Lutheran, and Lane 5, Pacific University. We've had a clean start by all crews. Now a little different than yesterday where we had just absolutely glassy, perfect conditions. We do have a little bit of a wind. It's of course nothing that these athletes can't handle. For these crews coming out of the Pacific Northwest, they're definitely used to dealing with challenging conditions. And right now, that crew from Portland, Lewis and Clark, they just came off of a huge win as their Northwest Conference champions. And the confidence that they gained from that experience is sure to propel them down the race course here and have pulled themselves up right now to a 7-seat lead over University of Puget Sound. That is a competitor in the Division 3 category, and it is something that we're going to watch as we go down the race course between Lewis and Clark and Puget Sound as they both vie for a bid to the national championships later this month. So right now, Lewis and Clark is your leader at 500 meters gone. University of Puget Sound in second. Puget Sound sitting with a 6-seat advantage over Lane 1, Arizona State. So Arizona State in third. They are the only club program here in this petite level final and the only club in Arizona for colleges. So Arizona doing a nice job here. The Sun Devils looking at capitalizing on the performances that they had yesterday coming out of the heats. So Arizona in third, they are sitting 7 seats over lane 4, Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran, the Lutes, also a very strong Division 3 program. Back to them by about half a length of open water. It will be probably the newest program in Division 3, that is Pacific University. I wanted to be able to get some stroke rates for you. Lewis and Clark continuing to walk away from the competition here. They have now broken free of the rest of the crews, and they're now sitting with about 3 seats of open water over University of Puget Sound. Puget Sound right next to them. That coxswain looking back from the Lewis and Clark boat, making sure that she's holding off that furious charge here by Puget Sound as they come up to the halfway point. So Puget Sound holding on to second. They are still continuing to be in contact with Arizona State. Arizona State in the 3rd place position along the shoreline. Coxswain from the Arizona State boat looking across her starboard side at that crew in lane 4. That's Pacific Lutheran. They have now broken free from Pacific Lutheran. PLU in 4th place, Pacific University continuing in 5th, just a little bit off the back here. But the real race heating up is between Puget Sound and Arizona. Arizona at the 1,000-meter line took a big jump trying to come up and perhaps challenge Puget Sound for that second place position. So we'll keep an eye on them as they progress down the race course. But Lewis and Clark, the pioneers, they really are pioneers of their program and of their university now. That Northwest Conference Championship was the first conference championship for the entire university's athletic department since 2016. So these guys are making strides. Well done to Lewis and Clark as they wrap up this WIRA championship with a commanding lead here in this petite final. Whitney, we'll turn it over to you for the remainder of this race.
And as we start to approach about 600 meters to go, we are kind of crawling towards that 500-meter mark. That is going to give us our final race here, final flutter from the petite final of the women's V8 D2. Right now, again, we are looking at Lewis and Clark with a very commanding lead here as they come into that 500-meter mark to go now. And if you are on the beach, you can kind of see their blades again flashing in the sun. Again, a little bit of ripple on the water out there, so some of those middle lanes might be able to feel a little bit of a headwind here, but not much, not enough to affect a lot of these crews, many from the Pacific Northwest. And again, Lewis and Clark in that lead with probably 2 boat lengths open water now. They have the advantage of looking at the entire field behind them now, which is very, very helpful as they come into that last little stretch. They can be pretty confident moving into that last 300 to go. Following that, we have a good race between Puget Sound and Arizona State still. That is lane 1 and lane 3. Arizona State from Tempe Town Lake here. As we pull back and look at the field, it's looking like Arizona State has taken about a half a boat length along the shore here. They are really starting to make their move and maybe start a sprint a little bit early here. Now that is at the discretion of a coxswain here. That is part of the art of getting your boat to a finishing position and has to be used very, very carefully because you have a finite amount of energy to work with. Now the Arizona State coxswain seems to be urging her crew on maybe a little bit earlier than that 300 to go. And Puget Sound is not going to let them off the hook, though, because they are starting to challenge again. You see Puget Sound with that bucket seat set up in the middle of the boat. But Lewis and Clark has started to bring up their rate a little bit. They are charging towards the finish with Arizona State sitting up but being challenged by Puget Sound here, followed by Pacific Lutheran, who has also started to bring the rate up. Look at that Arizona coxswain here, really urging her crew on to hold off Puget Sound in lane 3. And that will be Lewis and Clark, Arizona, Puget Sound, Pacific Lutheran, and our newer program here, Pacific University, which will round out our petite final here, finishing up their last 200 meters.
right, here we are with the grand final of the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8. This is for Division 2 and 3 and some club programs. We've got, again, good cross-section. We've got 3 Division 2 programs and then 3 club programs. In Lane 1, Cal Poly Humboldt. Lane 2, University of Central Oklahoma. Lane 3, Seattle Pacific. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 5, UC Irvine. And Lane 6, UC Davis. Now, coming out of the heats yesterday, we saw some very, very close times between Humboldt, Central Oklahoma, and Seattle Pacific. Those are your 3 Division II programs, and all of these crews vying for a bid to go to the national championships at the end of May. So the racing that we're going to see today is really going to be indicative of the top end speed of these programs. Right now, the 2 crews that have pushed their bow in front are going to be Seattle Pacific coming out of lane 3 and Humboldt in lane 1. Central Oklahoma sitting in the 3rd place spot, but just by about 1 seat down. And now Humboldt moving themselves into the 1st place. So Humboldt now sitting 2 seats over Seattle Pacific. Again, in these early stages, we'll keep our eyes on the progression of the crews because things can change. A lot changes at that 1,000-meter line. Within the first 500 meters, there's a lot of jockeying for position as these crews transition into their base rate. Let me go ahead and get a rate for you for Humboldt. We have them clocked at 36.5 strokes a minute. Let me get a rate for Seattle Pacific and Oklahoma. I have Seattle Pacific at 36, Oklahoma at 33.5. So what you're going to see with those different stroke rates is maybe a little bit of a different strategy. For some of these crews, if they're lighter, they might have a little higher stroke rate. If the fitness is there, they're going to be able to maintain that stroke rate as they go down the race course and still have something left in the tank to put down an effective sprint. But right now, it is the Lumberjacks from Cal Poly Humboldt putting down a great first half of this race. At 750 meters to gone, we're looking at a 7-seat lead for Humboldt over now 2nd place Central Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma, when we watched the heats yesterday, they're a little bit of a slow burn crew, so they don't jump out of the gates quickly. They come on a little bit later in the race. So the coxswains, the crews, they've got to be savvy about those race plans. So right, Central Oklahoma in the 2nd place position. They're now sitting 4 seats over the Falcons of Seattle Pacific. Yesterday in the heat, Seattle Pacific had a phenomenal race, really picking up a lot of late season speed, and we're seeing that here as they maintain this competitive spot here in the grand final. As we come to the line, top 3 crews, Humboldt, Central Oklahoma, Seattle Pacific separating themselves out from the rest of the field. In 4th, it's going to be UC Santa Barbara, a club program with a lot of athletes every year, very, very competitive. Currently ranked 3rd in the ACRA polls, so always a competitive crew. They are sitting with a 1 length advantage over the Anteaters of UC Irvine. UC Irvine looking at an open water lead over the Aggies of UC Davis. So as we come down the race course right now, we're looking at the crews currently in position in lane order. But Humboldt really, that coxswain using her hands, she is emotional, urging these crews on. She's looking across at the bow of the Central Oklahoma boat. She is trying to pull clear of the Broncos, but the Broncos tenacious. They are holding tight to their positioning in 2nd place, but still sitting about 3 seats above Seattle Pacific. We're going to turn this over to Whitney. Final 750 meters here of the grand final for the women's Varsity 8s Division 2, 3, and club programs. The Lumberjacks on the move, Broncos chasing with Seattle Pacific on the hunt.
And it looks like our positions have not changed very much here as we come in 500 to go. Humboldt still in that first place position. And again, they have the advantage of looking back at the rest of the field. But you can see that lane 2, Central Oklahoma, is hot on their heels as that bow ball is overlapping that coxswain just every once in a while. It just depends on whose blades are in the water and whose blades are out of the water. And Central Oklahoma, who has been a little bit of a dark horse at this race this weekend, has really started to show up here in this second half. They are starting to push a little bit away from Seattle Pacific, who really is not going to let them go down without a fight, because Seattle Pacific, I can just feel the emotion here from that coxswain. She is leaning forward, pushing her crew on, trying to reel in Central Oklahoma seat by seat. And it looks like Humboldt here, keep an eye on them along the shore as we come into the red zone. They are going to shoot down the runway here and try to run away with this first place position. Central Oklahoma, decks overlapped. They are almost making a little bit of a push early here. It looks like they may have brought their rate up a teeny bit. That coxswain is going to take a move here, try to challenge Humboldt on the shore side here. Seattle Pacific in that third place position. She has not given up on her crew yet. This coxswain is pushing her crew to try to challenge Central Oklahoma for that second place spot, but I don't know if they have enough water. Here we go. Humboldt along the shore, lane 1 in that first place position. This coxswain is looking at that bow ball and ready to call that first place finish for her crew. And there you have it. Lane 2, Central Oklahoma, excellent race, challenging Humboldt, followed very closely by Seattle Pacific. Santa Barbara here in the fourth place position, those flashy yellow blades. Followed by UC Irvine, again that shark fin bow number here, crossing the line in that fifth place position. Rounding out by Davis here, finishing up their sprint, last few strokes. What a race that was. Congratulations to Humboldt for taking the win in the grand final.
Go USC!
Seattle Pacific, I want you to go to the far end of the awards area. So you're going to go the ladies in blue, so Seattle Pacific, to the end of the awards area, to the ladies in blue. And yellow pants, Seattle Pacific, down to the lady with blue and yellow pants.
On the water radio test, on the water radio test.
Oklahoma, you are going to the middle of the awards area here. Middle of the awards area.
right, and we are into a grand final with just 2 boats on the course. This is Santa Clara versus UC San Diego in the men's collegiate third varsity 8. For both of these programs, they, man, at 500 meters in, these 2 crews side by side, bow ball to bow ball. This is a dual race down the race course. But with a third varsity 8 for both of these programs, that is just a testament to the depth of each program and the strength that they have coming up into the higher boats for next year. The third varsity 8 often seeing a good push with the second varsity 8 and often jockeying around athletes between boats. And between Santa Clara and UC San Diego, a very slight advantage at this point going to UC San Diego for the lead, just by about 1 seat, maybe like 1 foot over the Broncos. We talked about the season that both of these crews have had. Head coach Jeff Collette for UC San Diego really making a turnaround in performance for this program. We saw them take the varsity race earlier today in exciting fashion. This 3v8 rowing like a very mature, composed crew. They are continuing to hold off the Broncos, but the Broncos not letting UCSD slip away anymore. Right now they're leading. UC San Diego is leading by just about a half a seat. This is a race to watch as they come down the race course. Even though there's just 2 boats on the course, it is quite difficult to have a crew right next to you where you are stroke for stroke. Right now, it's each crew blades in the water at the same time. Coxswains looking across, they can hear each other. It is just so exciting. Whitney, I would love for you to talk about what it is like to be neck and neck in a dual race at a championship event. 1,000 meters to go here in the men's third varsity 8.
Well, I am so glad you asked, because watching this, I am almost sweating, just as a coxswain myself, because when you are sitting in a dual position like this, it is almost more intense. The organized chaos is really exciting, but you have to get so internal and so focused, but at the same time, giving that other coxswain the side eye here. Always, you don't want to let those seats slip away, and you only have 1 boat to keep an eye on, so in a way, it's a little bit easier. You don't have 6, possibly 7, it depends on the final. But it's so much quieter that it's like organized chaos out there. So if you look at UC San Diego here, they're really doing a phenomenal job. This coxswain's doing a great job steering right down the lane. Again, as you said, a testament to both of these crews having such deep programs. I mean, having a phenomenal 3V really speaks a lot to the quality of the crews, and it only gets better from there. Each 8 that goes up, the 2V, the varsity 8, only gets faster and faster when you have great 3Vs like this. And as I am speaking, it looks like San Diego has started to dig in a little bit more. Look how calm, cool, and collected they look. In lane 2 here, they're keeping their blades in the water for a long period of time, really holding it in, letting that boat's bow surge forward with every stroke here. And you can see that coxswain just looking over, trying to take a move as we come into that 500 meters to go. They're long, they're focused, they're trying to push out of their puddles here, but Santa Clara is not going to let them off easy here. You can see that coxswain leaning in a little bit further. I guarantee you she's talking to her stroke seat, telling her it has to be now or never. We only have less than 500 meters to go. And these crews both just make it look so easy. I know it looks beautiful. It looks very put together. It looks organized. But I'm telling you, the intensity that is going on in these shells is really second to none. It is hard to beat. And this coxswain, again, is starting to look over at the bow deck of Santa Clara. And she is going to try to shut them down. We'll see if the Santa Clara coxswain decides to make a move a little bit early and kind of make a Hail Mary move here. We will see, but it's looking like San Diego now is bow to stern and still walking. And here we go. You can see the blades here. Lane 2, University of Southern UC San Diego. Walking away, they are sitting up, they are looking back at their competitors here, Santa Clara, and they are determined to take this duel in the first place position. Excellent fight by Santa Clara here. They are going for it. I just don't know that they have enough water. And it's looking like San Diego is going to take this one. Congratulations to San Diego and for Santa Clara for giving them a run for their money.
San Diego. Santa Clara come in first. San Diego come in second. To this awards area. Santa Clara, come on in. All right, guys, come on in. All right, we're heading to the two ladies in blue. Hey, Hudson. Nice shot. Bring it on in, San Diego. San Diego, come on in.
right, we are just getting ready to take off here in the men's collegiate second varsity 8. This is the grand final. In lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Santa Clara. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, Washington State. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And lane 6, Western Washington University. All crews past the breakage point. We're looking to see how we can mimic or mirror what happened in that men's varsity 8 race earlier. We saw UC San Diego taking that race in convincing fashion with UCLA right behind, Santa Clara also in the mix. And we're seeing some of those things right here. Early on, just past 250 meters, Santa Clara has pushed their nose out in front with UC San Diego right by them just by about 1 seat. So UC San Diego rowing out of lane 1. Back by about 1 length already this early on is UCLA in 3rd. So top 3 crews really pushing each other hard out of the gates. They now have open water behind, so the remaining 3 crews are going to be Washington State rowing out of lane 4. They're in 4th place. They are sitting bow to stern over both UC Santa Barbara and Western Washington. Western Washington, the Vikings, rowing out of lane 6. Santa Barbara and Western Washington pacing each other. Very close for those 2 crews. No discernible leader between them for 5th or 6th place positions. So that'll be sure to be fun to watch that as they come down the race course. But up front, UC San Diego and Santa Clara side by side right now. UC San Diego pushing themselves into the lead position. Both crews, San Diego and the Broncos of Santa Clara, rowing upwards of 38 and a half strokes a minute. Very aggressive as we cross 750 meters down. San Diego, perhaps a little bit more effective through the water. They're utilizing that high stroke rate to make sure that that boat just inches itself away from Santa Clara. As we come down the race course at the 1,000-meter line, we'll see what kind of race moves come up, what kind of race plans these crews have in effect. But right now, UC San Diego doing a nice job holding on to that furious pace and continuing to move away from Santa Clara. Now, those are the top 2 boats. Behind them, by a length of open water, is UCLA. UCLA rowing at 37 strokes a minute. They now have a good amount of open water on either side of themselves. They are looking at about a 3 boat length of open water advantage over Washington State. The Cougars out of Spokane, Washington, sitting now with open water over UC Santa Barbara and Western Washington. Not too much of a change between those 5th and 6th place crews, between Santa Barbara and Western. They are still pacing each other, still trying to exert some sort of move over each other. But that is a fun race. Those coxswains looking side by side. So that is a great race developing there at the back half of the race course. But up front, UC San Diego, the Tritons, really making a statement here at the WIRA Championships, continuing to hold on to that top spot with the Broncos chasing, the Bruins in 3rd, Washington State in 4th, Santa Barbara now in 5th, followed by Western Washington.
And coming into about 600 to go, it's looking like UCSD along the shore here is still our leader as they are just about to cross that 500 to go mark. Second place here in that second position. Again, Santa Clara still pushing, followed by UCLA, Washington State. And the cool thing about these second V8s is these are the guys that are super hungry for those top 8s. So these are actually the 8s, the boats that make the beats fast. And it is such a testament, again, I know we've said that before, but I'll say it again. It is such a testament to these programs to have such strong second V8s. Because again, these are the guys that are fighting for that top 8 and make those top 8s fast. So they are hungry for the win. And that is why we see such phenomenal racing here in these second V8s. And along the shore here, you can see UC San Diego, which will be their first place position here of the day. We have had a victory in the V8, have their second V8. We've had their third V8. Such a testament, again, to Coach Jeff Collette down there in San Diego, also an Orange Coast alum. And look at them as they come into the last 300 here. They are going to try to shut down the rest of the field. Pushing away from Santa Clara in lane 2, who has also started their sprint, bringing the rate up in that beautiful yellow boat. Followed by the Bruins, coached by Marcel Stiffy, again, another Orange Coast alum, as we watch UC San Diego, again, crossing the line in first. Well done, again, to the Tritons. Lane 2, Santa Clara, making a beautiful push. Nice finish there to Santa Clara, followed by the Bruins with those beautiful blue blades. What a race from our top 3 crews there, holding it together and just starting to separate at the end there. UC San Diego really establishing their dominance here across the men's 8s. Coming up now, we have lane 4. That is Washington State within the last 5 strokes. Followed by Santa Barbara and Western Washington. And again, what a great showing from all of these crews in the grand final of the men's second V8s. Well done again to UC San Diego.
To the awards area, I want to see UCLA coming in first, Santa Clara coming in second, UC San Diego coming in third. UCLA will be at the far end of this. You will be with the far end. UCLA at the far end, Santa Clara in the middle. UC San Diego at this end.
going back. I gotta keep you out of the
Right, and we are underway in our next grand final. This is the Women's Collegiate 2v8, the second varsity 8. This is for Division 1 and open programs. We've got 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, University of San Diego. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Sac State. Lane 4, University of Portland. Lane 5, St. Mary's College. And lane 6, Seattle University. Now we've got a little bit of breezy conditions out here. Bit of a headwind, I would say. Nothing that these ladies can't handle, that's for sure. But definitely going to be some different conditions than what we enjoyed yesterday, which was absolute glass. We saw some really fast times. But at 250 meters gone, we still are seeing quite a bit of overlap with all 6 of these crews. Very, very slight advantage going to come to lane and 2. They are just neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball. No discernible difference between lanes 1 and 2 for that lead position. Sac State rowing out of lane 3. They are third, sitting with about a 6-seat advantage over the pilots of Portland, the University of Portland. So Portland in 4th. Back to them by 1 length. It's going to be that outside lane, Seattle University. In the 6th place spot, it will be St. Mary's. So St. Mary's sitting behind Seattle by just a couple of seats. So still very early on. We're going to see a lot of crossover, a lot of connection between these crews. And as we get down the race course, it'll shake out a little bit as everyone settles into their base rate and really starts to get a sense of the race plan and being able to move and make some moves based on what the other crews are doing. And that's exactly what we see right now as University of San Diego in lane 1 pushes themselves into that 1st place position. So they're now sitting 1 deck above UC San Diego. UC San Diego in that 2nd place position here in this Women's Collegiate 2nd varsity 8. We draw a lot of inspiration from the varsity 8s, from those top tier boats, and often we see very similar performances as they settle down into the 2nd varsity 8s. We're seeing that here as University of San Diego doing a nice job in lane 1. They have now pushed themselves up to a 4-seat lead over University of San Diego, UC San Diego. Sorry. UC San Diego sitting in 2nd, now 2 seats over Sac State. Sac State knows this course like the back of their hand. They know that coming up in just a few strokes, there's going to be a little bit of push from the wind as they come into a little more exposed area right here at the 1,000-meter line. So being very attentive to your technique is super important when you have any sort of challenging conditions. You've got to make sure that those blades get in the water. You've got to make sure that you've got those clean releases to make sure that the boat is moving as efficiently as possible. But in order to be on the medal stand, we've got to be in that top 3. And right now, it's the University of San Diego, the Toreros, pushing themselves out to a 1-length lead, just shy of 1,000 meters. And great race here between UC San Diego and Sac State. It is bow ball to bow ball between those 2 crews. What's going to happen in the 3rd 500? That's the delimiter. That is what shows us the true test between crews. It is the fitness, it is the technique, it's who can hold that all together for the final half of this race. That's what makes the difference sometimes between the color of that medal. But still in the game is going to be lane 4. That's University of Portland. University of Portland still connected to UC San Diego and Sac State. So they can be very savvy. They can have that killer 3rd 500 and maybe come back into contention. So we're going to keep an eye on them. Continuing in 5th place, it's going to be Seattle rowing in that outside lane. They are sitting 1 length over your 6th place crew from St. Mary's. But up front, it continues to be the University of San Diego. 1 length for them now over 2nd place, Sac State. Sac State in 2nd, sitting 3 seats over the Tritons of UC San Diego, with Portland right there. Portland continuing in 4th, but still connected.
And at just about 600 to go, it is looking like University of San Diego coming in through that 500-meter mark. They are going to be looking over at their 2nd place position, Sac State, trying to walk away from that bow ball as they come in to the last little bit where they start to set up that sprint. But not letting go is UC San Diego in lane 2 in that 3rd place position. So our leaders, again, are University of San Diego right along the shore, and looks like they have actually caught a crab. And we will see if Sac State here, Sac State has taken over boat stopping crab by University of San Diego in lane 1. We now have a new leader, Sac State in lane 3, followed by University of San Diego in lane 2. As University of San Diego in lane 1 is trying to pick it back up, but they are having a little bit of a problem here, trying to get back in the game. We pulled them. I can't see. And here we go. It looks like our strong new leader is Sac State, and you can see them coming in lane 3 on their home course. They have overtaken University of San Diego and UC San Diego. And not far behind, too, is University of Portland, making quite a comeback. What an exciting race. They are giving the fans a show. University of San Diego trying to get back in the game here and finish strong, but it is Sac State in lane 3. UC San Diego taking the charge. University of Portland also taking a charge. What a barn burner of a race. University of San Diego finishing in that 4th place position after having a bit of a mechanical problem there. Followed by Seattle University and St. Mary's. What a race. Congratulations to home team Sac State for taking the women's 2nd varsity 8 grand final.
All right, the racing never stops here at Lake Natoma as we turn our attention back to the start. We are already underway in the grand final for the women's 2v8, the 2nd varsity 8 for Division 2, 3, and club programs. In lane 1, Cal Poly Humboldt. Lane 2, Seattle Pacific. Lane 3, Lewis and Clark. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. And lane 5, Pacific Lutheran. All boats just past 250 meters, and your leader early on in this race will be the Lumberjacks rowing out of lane 1. Right now, they're sitting with a 4-seat advantage over the Falcons of Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific sitting 1 length over Lewis and Clark and UC Santa Barbara. Those 2 crews, Lewis and Clark and Santa Barbara, side by side. Just a little bit off the back, it is going to be Pacific Lutheran. They're down by about a length and a half of open water, but at 500 meters in, the Lumberjacks continuing to hold on to that lead, now 5 seats over Seattle Pacific. All right, so interesting to note, I've got my stroke coach out. The Lumberjacks, Humboldt, rowing at 37.5 strokes a minute. Seattle Pacific at 33.5. So quite a bit of a difference in stroke ratings, but could be a little bit different of a strategy. My favorite race plan, personally, coaches, listen up, get ahead and stay ahead. That's always that's always the race plan that we want to maintain. So we'll see if Humboldt can hold on to that with that very aggressive stroke rating. Do they have the fitness? Do they have the technique and the mental strength to hold on to that as we progress down the race course? With 750 meters gone, they certainly are showing that as they have extended their lead out to now 6 seats over Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific, also a very strong Division II program. Both of these crews looking towards the GNAC championships in a couple of weeks, where they will await a bid to the national championships at the end of May. Just behind them, we've got Lewis and Clark and UC Santa Barbara. Lewis and Clark, a very strong Division III program. We've spoke about it earlier in the day, but they have just come off a win in the Northwest Conference. It's a very historic win for that program, so they're coming into this championship with quite a bit of confidence and really some good top-end boat speed. So Lewis and Clark doing a nice job holding off the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara looking at a really strong spring season and looking at a great race performance coming down the pike at the Akron National Championships later on in May in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Now back by a bit of open water, it continues to be Pacific Lutheran. PLU, the Lutes, they are a Division III program, often making appearances at the National Championship. So again, hoping to finish off this WIRA Championship with a good showing. But back to the leaders, it is Humboldt State right now. Humboldt with a 1-length lead over Seattle Pacific. Stroke rating looks to be working for them. They're very aggressive. They look like a strong, tall crew, and they're using that to their advantage as they move into this little more of a protected area on Lake Natoma. They just came through that little bit of a wind patch, rowing cleanly and staying ahead of Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific with now open water over Lewis and Clark, UC Santa Barbara, and then finally Pacific Lutheran. This is the grand final for the Women's Collegiate second varsity 8.
And very roughly 600 to go. It's looking like our leader, Humboldt, is still in the lead with decks overlapping. Second place position, Seattle Pacific. And you will start to see them if you look down the beach. You can see those yellow blades flashing in the sun again. We're getting a few ripples on the water now. So as they've crossed that 500 meters to go, it's looking like decks are overlapping Humboldt and Seattle Pacific. So Humboldt has not been able to shake Seattle Pacific loose quite yet. Seattle is not giving up on this race. And Humboldt, again, really showing up this weekend. Really phenomenal performances from Humboldt showing up. It looks like they have taken the 1V and now are holding the position for their 2V, again, which makes that 1V fast. It's really exciting to see these 2Vs racing because these are the boats that are so hungry to prove themselves. And along the shore here, again, you can see Humboldt in that first place position along the shore here. Seattle Pacific's bow barely hanging on. It looks like Humboldt is going to break loose here. They have taken the rate up just a little bit as they start to plunge into that red zone. And they are going to try to shut down the rest of the field here. You can see it now. That coxswain is getting pretty animated. They have brought it up, and here they go. Seattle Pacific not far behind. Lewis and Clark also just a little bit of open water, just a little bit, again, off the stern of Seattle Pacific. So Lewis and Clark hanging on to Seattle Pacific, followed by Santa Barbara and Pacific Lutheran. But it is Humboldt along the shore with those yellow blades and green unisuits, crossing the line in first once again. And look at that coxswain go. She is ready for the win. Humboldt it is, followed by Seattle Pacific and Lewis and Clark in that third place position, followed by Santa Barbara. Those flashy yellow blades and black shell there, followed by Pacific Lutheran in the fifth place position, finishing up their sprint here. What a performance by Humboldt again. Really well done this weekend. Got a strong finish here by Pacific Lutheran. Last few strokes as they cross the line here. And they will round out our grand final for the women's second V8s Division II.
All right, we're looking at a next grand final coming up right here. This is the men's collegiate novice 8. Yesterday we saw some really fast times being thrown down by the Bruins of UCLA and Orange Coast College, just separated by just a couple of seconds. So we're going to keep an eye on them as we come down the race course. But first, the lane assignments. In lane 1, Santa Clara. Lane 2, UCLA. Lane 3, Orange Coast College. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, USC. And lane 6, UC Davis. All right, and as predicted, the battle heating up here is going to be between lane 2 and lane 3. That is UCLA and Orange Coast College, as their times were significantly faster coming out of the heats than any of the rest of the crews. But as we have seen all day today, that you just never know what a crew is holding on to. And of course, between heats, there's a little bit of a different push coming out of the other teams. So times aren't the only thing to look at. But UCLA and Orange Coast College side by side here with 500 meters gone, it will be the Bruins of UCLA holding on to that top spot, sitting 4 seats over Orange Coast. So the Pirates in second, they are sitting with a 7-seat advantage over lane 1, Santa Clara. Santa Clara really looking at a great season here, top to bottom, from varsity all the way down to this novice 8. So really looks like a strong showing here for Santa Clara at this regatta and through this spring season. Santa Clara holding on to third. In fourth, it will be USC. They are in lane 5. USC, a very strong club program, but just in its second year. So they've gone kind of back and forth with having a strong program and not having a program. It is generally student run, but Coach John Cates really knows what he's doing. He did a great job last year with a good showing at Acras, and he's doing a nice job here with this novice crew. 750 meters gone, and they're working their way into Santa Clara. So USC in fourth, but challenging Santa Clara for that third place position. Just behind USC, it's going to be UC Irvine, very close to USC. UC Irvine in fifth, but back and forth between USC and UC Irvine. We're going to keep our eye on those two crews. In sixth, we're going to look at the Aggies on the outside. That is UC Davis. They're in sixth place, but still connected to USC and UC Irvine. Up front, coming up to the halfway point, it continues to be the Bruins by about 4 to 5 seats over Orange Coast College. Orange Coast College has not let anything go, has not let the Bruins slip away any farther. So lots of tenacious rowing here, great race strategy. And I'm going to keep my eye on Santa Clara in lane 1. They have taken away a little bit of space from both the Bruins and Orange Coast College. Santa Clara now coming up to be even with Orange Coast. Santa Clara, what a race here, as they've taken a huge jump in this third 500 to come and pull even to Orange Coast and challenge UCLA for perhaps that first place position. There are medals on the line and there are points for the team. So these guys are gunning for every inch of space that they can as they come down the race course. Now behind them, just an update, we've got UC Irvine in fourth, USC in fifth, UC Davis in sixth, but these crews, I'm looking at 3 bows straight across. 3 bows straight across between Irvine, Southern California, and UC Davis. Whitney, this is a race.
Boy, Adrian, you were right about that. We have 2 races going on here. Take a look at this. I cannot wait for you guys to see what I'm seeing on the screen here. And you can just see those blades flashing in the sun on the water here. It is looking like UCLA. I'm going to give second place here to Santa Clara in lane 1, followed very closely by Orange Coast College. And I have to say, one thing that Santa Clara has proven time and time again is they are a patient crew. They can come up at the drop of a hat and pull up another position or two. And look at, even now as I speak, they are cutting through the Bruins like butter. They have brought the rate up just a little bit and are only 1 seat down at most, if not creating a nice even space. Bow ball to bow ball. Keep an eye on lanes 1 and 2. It is looking like, again, UCLA, bow ball to bow ball now with Santa Clara, who is just driving the legs down together. Look at this. Third place, Orange Coast College, but not by much. The Pirates have not given up. We have a race just behind, again, with UCI, USC, and UC Davis, but our current leader now is Santa Clara in lane 1. We are coming into that red zone, and we are going to see Santa Clara make a push. They need to shut the Bruins down now or never, because these Bruins are, again, not going to go down without a fight. They have done so much work to grow their program, and it is such a testament to Coach Marcel Stiffy for what he has done. Followed very closely by Orange Coast College in that beautiful Empacher in lane 3. Followed again on the outside. Look at, we have UCI, USC, and UC Davis also racing for it. But here we go. Lane 1, it is the Bruins versus Santa Clara for that first place position. And Santa Clara, UCLA, Orange Coast College, followed by UC Davis, who has overtaken UCI and USC for that fourth place position. Phenomenal row by UC Davis on the outside. USC, and UCI. What a race that is. Congratulations to Santa Clara for a phenomenal finish of the men's Novice 8 Grand Final.
Into the awards area, I want Orange Coast coming in first, UCLA coming in second, Santa Clara coming in third. So that would be Orange Coast, UCLA, Santa Clara. Orange Coast is coming to the far end of the awards area. Way to go, Charlotte!
I'll be up there. Okay, that's fine. We got third. Yeah. Love you.
Now, UCLA, you are going to the middle of the awards area. UCLA, middle of the awards area. Now,
Man, oh man, did we see a race in that last grand final with the men's collegiate novice 8. And now here we are with the women. This is the women's collegiate novice 8 grand final. Let me give you the lane assignments here. This is Sac State in lane 1. Lane 2, Orange Coast College. Lane 3, University of San Diego. Lane 4, UC San Diego. Lane 5, UC Irvine. And lane 6, UC Davis. And we are not even at 250 meters in, and already the ladies of Orange Coast College have pushed themselves to a almost full-length lead. What a start by the Pirates of Orange Coast College. Now their novice 8 is really shown a strong showing here throughout the spring. They've got some big girls in that boat. Again, this program, super interesting. They're the only college, junior college in the country to host a rowing program. They did used to be considered more of a Division I program, but they do operate at the club level. They are a sponsored program by the university, but they compete against clubs. So in the ACRA polls, they're ranked right up there at the top. So Orange Coast proving that that ranking is correct as they continue to pull away now with open water, and we're not even at 500 meters gone. So wow, what a walk-away lead here by the Pirates. Behind them, it will be Sac State. Sac State in lane 1, They're in the second place position. They're now sitting bow to stern over UC San Diego in lane 4. Now, behind UC San Diego, it will be the Toreros rowing out of lane 3, University of San Diego. So UC San Diego in 4th. Behind them by just a couple of seats, Irvine is in 5th, followed by UC Davis. So we're going to keep our eye on UC San Diego to see if they could hold on to that 3rd place position and keep into medal contention. Way out front, it continues to be the Pirates on a furious charge here. Sac State, hometown crew, they know this course like the back of their hands. They've done a really great job this year showing some good top-end speed. So they're holding on to that 2nd place spot with open water on both sides of themselves. And indeed, UC San Diego, they have continued to walk a little bit farther away from the remaining pack. Behind them by a length now, it will be USD, University of San Diego. But keeping your eye on lane 5, UC Irvine, to come up and perhaps challenge University of San Diego for that 4th place spot. And in fact, that's actually what has happened just in the time that I looked down at my clipboard. UCI moving themselves into 4th place, trying to come up and challenge UC San Diego. That coxswain's got to look across and look at that UCI boat because they are on the hunt. Just shy of 1,000 meters. It continues to be the Pirates of Orange Coast, well up front, but not having moved away that much more from Sac State. So Sac State, again, they've got open water on either side, and their speed has stayed very consistent. So while Orange Coast really jumped out of the gates and had a furious first 500, they really haven't moved that much farther away. So Sac State, consistent speed in 2nd. UC San Diego looking for open water, hoping to push away from the Anteaters of Irvine. And that coxswain just looked across at the bow ball. I know she's asking for open water by the 1,000. Looking for that open water, and she's got it. 1 seat of open water now for UC San Diego at 1,000 meters to go. It looks like they will be in medal contention, but what we've seen throughout the morning is it's not over until it's over. So the 4th place crew continues to be Irvine, University of San Diego in 5th, followed by UC Davis in 6th. But Davis and San Diego, University of San Diego, very close to each other. So great race developing between University of San Diego and UC Davis.
And as we come into about 600 to go, we are looking at some very cool rowing here. You can see Orange Coast College is still our leader in lane 2, and that coxswain has actually been riding that buoy line for a little bit, so you can see the steering going back and forth just a little bit as she comes through the 500, which has actually allowed Sac State in lane 1 to make a little bit of room, to make a little bit of a push on Orange Coast College here. So Sac State is really crawling forward here. Hopefully this coxswain in Orange Coast College can kind of straighten out a little bit and let her crew start to build up that speed again as we come into the last 500 to go. But it is Orange Coast College as our leader still, followed by Sac State in lane 1. And as we pull back here, we will start to look. You can see them now coming down the beach. Little bit of a spread here, but again, this is a very exciting race because with novices too, you never know exactly what you're going to get. You could have athletes that have rowed for 4 years, and you could have walk-ons. So this is always a really exciting race and really exciting mix of athletes. And again, it's looking like Orange Coast College is still our leader with a little bit of open water here, but Sac State, again, on their home course, is not going to go down without a fight. As Orange Coast College comes into the red zone, they are going to hope, I'm sure of it, going to hope that they can actually push away from Sac State and start to build up that sprint and charge to the line. Here come the Pirates in that orange boat, but keep an eye on Sac State because they are going to start to bring their rate up and make a move. We are followed by UC San Diego. Don't lose sight of the second race that we have going on as the Pirates take it through the last 10 strokes, followed by Sac State, University of San Diego, in lane 4, UC San Diego here, followed closely by UCI, UC Davis, and University of San Diego. Well done to University of San Diego here, UCI, UC Davis, and University of San Diego. Congratulations to Orange Coast College for taking that first place position in the Women's Novice 8 Grand Final.
I'd like to have boats coming in this order. San Diego coming in first. Sac coming in second. Orange coming in third. I want to see San Diego at the
Okay, we have moved into the smaller boats for this morning's session. We right now are looking at the Men's Collegiate Varsity 4. This event was the most subscribed to category of racing in the entire WIRA regatta. We had 24 boats contesting for the Varsity 4. So right now we're looking at the petite level final. These are crews that are going for a ranking from 7th through 12th place. So very competitive. As we come down the race course, we're going to look at lane 1, Santa Clara B. Lane 2, UC Irvine. Lane 3, Santa Clara A. Lane 4, UCLA. Lane 5, Western Washington. And lane 6, UC Davis. All right, and about 400 meters or so in, our leader is going to come out of lane 2, that's UC Irvine. A lot of overlap still between crews, a lot of connection. So while Irvine has jumped out to an early lead, just behind them it's going to be Santa Clara. Santa Clara sitting about half a seat behind Irvine, and literally just as those words came out of my mouth, now Santa Clara in the lead. At 500 meters, Santa Clara with their bow first across the line. Just behind them, it's going to be UC Irvine. And then for the third place position, super close between Santa Clara B and Western Washington, with also UCLA in the mix. So we'll give it a little bit of time. We'll let these crews shake it out as they move into the base of their race plan, kind of settling down from a lot of that adrenaline that we had jumping out of the gates. In sixth, it continues to be UC Davis. Quite a program developing there over on Lexington Reservoir with Santa Clara. We're looking at two boats here representing this Varsity 4 for the Santa Clara program. And right now, their A boat rowing out of lane 3 currently is occupying this top spot. In the second place position now, it will be the B boat from Santa Clara. So Santa Clara A, Santa Clara B, those are your top two crews. Behind them in third, it will now be UCLA. UCLA coming up to try to challenge Santa Clara for one of those top positions. Falling back to fourth, it's going to be UC Irvine. They're sitting down by about 3 seats to these top 3 crews. In this Varsity 4, it's going to be Western Washington in the 5th place position, sitting now with a bit of open water over the Aggies of UC Davis. But as we come to the halfway point, man, that has got to be fun to see your teammates doing so well, and they are pacing each other, these Santa Clara crews. Santa Clara A with a slight lead over Santa Clara B. What a testament, again, to the depth and strength of these programs. At the WIRA Championships, you can double. You can row 2 races, so we're not sure exactly who these athletes are. Maybe they came out of the Varsity 8, and we're looking at some side-by-side competition from their teammates. I'm not quite sure, but man, I mean, what a great program here to come and put 2 4s out on the water. And now just past 1,000 meters in, I'm looking at lane 1, Santa Clara B, taking over the lead position. Santa Clara A in second, but with UCLA with the Bruins sitting just off of the stern deck of that Santa Clara boat. Irvine continuing in fourth. Open water back, it will be Western Washington, and then finally Davis. Again, the excitement here with 750 meters to go. Whitney, this is a great race, and guess what? It's a petite final. Can't wait for that grand final coming up.
Sonia!
Well, Adrian, boy, did you get us ready for that one, because even as we were switching over here, we have seen Santa Clara B in lane 1 take the lead in just the last few strokes here. All of a sudden, they are going for it. I mean, if you think about it here, this is a leverage sport, and look at these guys row. They are long, they are strong, they are keeping their blades in the water. Their spacing is absolutely beautiful as they come through the 500 meters to go, and I think it is just that is getting Santa Clara B in lane 1 along the shore here into that first place position. They are patient, they are letting the boat run underneath them, and they are moving that boat forward, letting that bow surge forward here. In second place, it's looking like Santa Clara B, but not by much, because UCLA Bruins are only down by 3 seats. And they are not letting them go without a fight. Of course, in typical Bruin fashion, they fight till the bitter end, and they are not letting this one go. But it is Santa Clara B along the shore here in lane 1. You can see them from the beach now. These 2 Santa Clara boats almost fighting for that first and second place position. And Adrian, you said it best too, that these boats could be anybody too. These could be an 8 broken up into 2 4s. It could be top athletes in certain programs. So it's a really, really exciting mix of athletes in these 4s races, and we are seeing that now as Santa Clara B comes down in first place along the shore here as we come down the tents, followed by Santa Clara A in lane 3, followed by the Bruins, but not by much. Those decks are still overlapped here in that third place position. The Bruins have actually brought the rate up a little bit. And look at this, followed by UCI in that fourth place position by barely a boat. Open water. They are going for it here. UCI. And in our first place position, it is going to be Santa Clara B, Santa Clara A, UCLA Bruins, UCI, Western Washington in lane 5, and UC Davis in lane 6. And that will round out our petite final of the men's varsity 4. Congratulations, Santa Clara.
All right, here we go. This is going to be an exciting race. The men's collegiate varsity 4 grand final. Let's give you the lane assignments here. Lane 1, University of Puget Sound. Lane 2, UC San Diego B. Lane 3, UC San Diego A. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 5, Orange Coast College, and Lane 6, USC. So yesterday through the heats, again, like we said, we had 24 boats out on the water, and only the top 2 boats made it into this grand final. Looking at the times, no wonder that petite final was so fast and so competitive, because we had times coming out of those heats that could have been competitive in this grand final. But putting it out on the line, making sure that you just punch your ticket to that grand final, that's what these crews have done. And I'm looking at 6 boats across. A little separation between boats as we move to 500 meters gone. But true to seating here in lane 1, it is University of Puget Sound. That's a Division III program rowing out of the Northwest. University of Puget Sound with that bucket rig, meaning 2 oars of the same side right next to each other. We've got the 3-seat and the 2-seat rowing on that starboard side. It's working for them as they seem to be a very well-matched crew, very seasoned and mature. As they come up to 500 meters gone, University of Puget Sound looks to be the only crew that has decided to take charge from the very beginning. So 3 seats for them over the remaining field, and then I'm looking across at UC San Diego B, UC San Diego A, and UC Santa Barbara dead even. Also in the mix, USC, maybe down by about 1 seat to those other 3 boats. A little bit behind, just by about 3 seats, though, in the 6th place position. It is going to be Orange Coast College. So again, all crews still connected. This is going to be a great race. University of Puget Sound still barely holding on to that lead. 3 seats for them over the 2 UC San Diego boats. We've got UC San Diego B, UC San Diego A, literally side by side, depending on whose blade's in the water. It is just bow ball to bow ball. 750 meters gone. I have no advantage between the UC San Diego boats. They are dead even, but they have left behind the UC Santa Barbara boat. So Santa Barbara now in 4th place. They're looking at a challenge from the outside crew from USC. So USC still in the mix, just a little bit off the back. OCC continues in 6th. But now up front, we're going to turn that lead over to lane 3. That's UC San Diego A, but just by about half a seat. Again, that 1,000 meter line, that's a big point at which the coxswain might make a big move. And again, it's trying to keep the crews, they're just like racehorses. They want to go, 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 but you got to make sure that you can do it all the way down the race course. 1.25 miles is an incredibly long time. These 4s are a little bit slower. They're a little bit heavier than the 8s. But man, UC San Diego, they are doing something right in that program, as these 2 crews, the A boat and the B boat from San Diego, they are now your leaders. But I can't tell the difference between who's in the lead. They have pushed University of Puget Sound back to the 3rd place position. So Puget Sound still in medal contention, just going to be a matter of what color it's going to be. And now here we go with the new leader. It is the B boat from UC San Diego. We're going to turn it over to Whitney, maybe let it shake out just a little bit. As we head towards 750 meters gone, it is UC San Diego A and B, followed by University of Puget Sound. In 4th continues to be Santa Barbara, and then USC and Orange Coast.
And about 600 meters to go now. It is looking like not much has changed. UC San Diego B and UC San Diego A fighting for that 1st and 2nd place positions. It's almost like they get to practice together on the same water every day. UC San Diego B in lane 2 looks like it is the leader by about 3 seats here, but again, it's kind of whose blade is in the water and who's out of the water, who's at the catch and who's at the finish. We are followed very closely by University of Puget Sound, UC Santa Barbara, USC, and Orange Coast College. But it looks like UCSD is running away with this 1st and 2nd place. It's now just a seat race between the 2. But look at this. I mean, really a testament again to what they are doing down there with their men's program. Across all boat classes, they have proven themselves this weekend to be quite a strong and deep program. So here we go again, coming into the red zone. It is going to be UCSD B, who had the fastest time of the weekend yesterday in their heat. Here they are proving themselves again, running away with it just over UC San Diego A, but as I speak, they are challenging. It is a battle of wills between UC San Diego boats. Here we go. But it looks like lane 2 still has the advantage, followed by University of Puget Sound, very closely contested by Santa Barbara in lane 4. Well rode by Puget Sound, pushing away from Santa Barbara in lane 4, who will take that 4th place position, followed by Orange Coast College and USC. Congratulations again to University of California, San Diego, A and B. Phenomenal race between those two fours. And that will be our men's Varsity 4 grand final.
Coming in first to the awards area, far end. San Diego, lane 3 in the middle. San Diego, lane 2. At the end, closest to the tent.
And we've had a start of our women's Varsity 4 Division 1 Petite Final. In lane 1, St. Mary's. Lane 2, University of Portland. Lane 3, Seattle University. And this is a 3-boat race. Very hard to call this early on as the boats get off the blocks without any damage. But it looks like a clean start here, and our early leader is University of Portland, but just by a deck. All 3 boats still connected. And it looks like University of Portland in lane 2, again, is our leader and starting to push away just a little bit, rating a little bit higher than the other 2 boats. And they have the advantage of actually seeing the 2 boats on either side of them to push away little by little. But it is very difficult to maintain the lead throughout an entire 2K. So we will see if they can hold on to that rate and just keep pushing away. Seattle University falling back just a little bit, but still connected by decks over St. Mary's in lane 1 as we come up to the 500-meter mark. very roughly 750 meters in. We still have our leader as University of Portland. Decks overlapped with St. Mary's along the shore in lane 1, and Seattle University has fallen back about a boat length open water on St. Mary's for that third place position. And this coxswain in lane 2, University of Portland, really doing a great job steering directly down that lane. You can see the trails on our screen if you're watching. You can see the trails behind the sterns for how the coxswains steer. So coxswains, it's really hard to get away with not steering straight. But these coxswains are doing a phenomenal job going straight down the lanes here. University of Portland pushing away just little by little, and they still have some water to play with, but constantly pushing away from St. Mary's just a little bit. But they've had trouble shaking St. Mary's, who is not letting them off the hook that easy. Decks are still overlapped here, and Seattle University has fallen back just a little bit, about 2 boat lengths open water on our leader, University of Portland, in lane 2. Coming through the 1,000-meter mark, not much has changed. Again, we still have University of Portland unable to shake St. Mary's, who is still connected. Decks overlapping. Seattle University in lane 3, about 3 boat lengths back from our leader, University of Portland. And about 750 meters to go. It looks like University of Portland has actually started to push away from St. Mary's. I bet that stroke seat there is going, finally, we've been able to shake them just a little bit. But St. Mary's is definitely not going to go down without a fight, as they have proven themselves again and again this weekend that they show up to race. They are not going to let them go that easily. Seattle University has fallen back just a little bit. They are about 5 boat lengths back now from our leader, University of Portland, in lane 2. And again, you can see the ripples on the water here as we start to come in, inching little by little up to that 500 meter to go mark. And with those ripples on the water, it's a little bit difficult for those coxswains to sometimes see the glare on the water with a little bit of ripple here. So it is, again, a testament to how well these coxswains are steering straight down the lane when you have such a small field of vision. And these coxswains are really doing a great job here. 500 meters to go, and you better believe that University of Portland is going to make a charge for that red zone and get down the runway in the quickest possible fashion. These girls have done a phenomenal job maintaining the lead, which is so difficult to do in a 2K. Seattle University doing a really good job here. They have actually started to bring their rate up a little bit early. They are in our 3rd place position. Seattle University is taking a bold move here. It looks like they brought their rate up just a little bit, not too much, but just enough to maybe push them into contention just a little bit more, but they are still about 5 boat lengths here back from University of Portland, which is our leader in lane 2. And at this point, I don't know if University of Portland is going to let this get away from them. And with some of these smaller programs here too, these could be some of the better athletes on these teams. And so it really takes a lot of skill and precision to row these fours. And this University of Portland, again, these women staying long, staying so composed as they finish up this race in that first place position. But St. Mary's is making a charge here to at least close the gap, and whether they have enough water, I don't think so, but we will see. They are definitely going to close the gap here on our leader, University of Portland, in lane 2, who is staying so composed through the finish here. What beautiful rowing here from University of Portland in those purple unisuits. Phenomenal job to University of Portland here, but closed the gap is St. Mary's in that second place position. Followed with a nice sprint from the women from Seattle here in lane 3. So congratulations, University of Portland, for maintaining their lead for most of that race in the women's Varsity 4 Division I Petite Final.
All right, and we're ready to jump back in the action here with the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4. This is for Division 1 and open programs. We're looking at Lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, University of San Diego A. Lane 3, UC San Diego A. Lane 4, University of San Diego B. Lane San Diego B. Sax. So we've got 2 entries from both the University of San Diego and UC San Diego, so we'll try and keep it clear. What we saw in that previous grand final for the men was that we had those UCSD boats pacing each other out in front. And right now we are looking at your leader coming out of lane 1, that's Stanford. There are those lightweights really taking charge here early on. But looking at a challenge coming out of lane 3, that's UC San Diego A. Back by about a length, it's going to be University of San Diego A. Those are your top 3 boats, Stanford, UC San Diego A, and University of San Diego. So lanes 1, 2, and 3. In the 4th place position, it's going to be the B entry from University of San Diego, the Toreros, rowing out of lane 4. In 5th place, just behind by about a length, it will be UC San Diego B. And then back by a bit of open water, it will be Sac State. So great racing, though, up front as we approach 500 meters gone. UC San Diego A really doing a great job here, coming up to challenge Stanford for that lead position. And they've got it just by about a half seat. It will be the Tritons with their bow first across the line at 500 meters gone. Now sitting 2 seats over the lightweights from Stanford. Stanford pushing so hard that they're looking for open water over both University of San Diego boats. Those two boats, the A boat and the B boat from University of San Diego, pacing each other. Hard to tell who's in that third or fourth place position, but I'm going to give the advantage to lane 2, University of San Diego A. Let's get some stroke rates for you. Top 2 crews, University of San Diego A and Stanford, side by side, jockeying for that lead position. It really has changed course about every couple strokes. You've got a new leader. It's either Stanford, it's either UC San Diego. Right now the leader is Stanford. Stanford rowing at 37.5 strokes a minute. Very aggressive with the stroke rating. We saw that earlier with their 8 as well. And as we approach the 1,000-meter line, they really just took a shift here and have put a little bit more power and speed through the water. They've now come up to take a 3-seat lead over UC San Diego. But that coxswain from the UC San Diego boat, she's looking across, trying to just kind of match the speed and not let Stanford push away any further. What they've done, though, is move themselves even farther away from the rest of the field. So UC San Diego in second, back by about a half a length of open water. It will be the A entry from the Toreros, University of San Diego. They are in lane 2. Back to them by about a length of open water. It will be their teammates from the B boat. And then in 5th, it's going to be UC San Diego B. And then finally Sac State. Sac State back just a little bit off the pace. And just now crossing over 1,000 meters to go. But taking off and taking charge is going to be the Cardinal. They're rowing out of lane 1. They have that furious pace. It's kind of punishing, actually, rowing at 37.5 strokes a minute, punishing the other crews to try and just keep pace with them. Those mighty lights taking off here in lane 1. The Tritons of UC San Diego chasing furiously with the Toreros on the hunt.
And it looks like coming into our final stretch here, we have Stanford along the shore here in lane 1, followed by UC San Diego in lane 3. And in that third place position, University of San Diego A. Stanford, Mighty Lighties, again, taking the lead. In lane 1 along the shore, look at those red unisuits, white shell. Absolutely beautiful rowing again. These Stanford lightweights have proven themselves again and again. Followed very closely by UC San Diego and University of San Diego in lane 2. And there you have it. That will be Stanford, UC San Diego, University of San Diego, followed by another University of San Diego B, UC San Diego again, and Sac State. What a showing from UCSD and University of San Diego. And congratulations to Stanford again. Women's Varsity 4 Division I Grand Final.
right, we're back in action here in the petite level final in the women's collegiate varsity 4. This is for Division 2, 3, and club programs. And again, we see a good cross section representing each of those categories. We've got some Division 3 programs, some club programs. And right now we're looking at, let me go ahead and give you the lane assignments first. In lane 1, Cal Lightweights. Lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, Pacific University. Lane 4, Orange Coast College. Lane 5, Arizona State. And Lane 6, University of Puget Sound. And just as we saw previously in Novice 8 category, we saw that Orange Coast took a commanding lead from the very beginning. And right now, that is exactly what is happening in this petite level final. This is Orange Coast College taking the lead, not quite at 500 meters gone, and they've already pulled themselves out almost to an open water lead over the rest of the field. Now behind them, it's going to be UC Davis. They are rowing out of lane 2. Davis, a club program that rows just about 30 minutes or so away from us here in the port of Sacramento. So Davis in second. They are sitting with a 4-seat advantage over Cal Lightweights. Cal Lightweights rowing on the Oakland Estuary. It's a student-run club. They host both men and women. Used to be just men at that lightweight category, but now they're rowing in open events, both men, both women. And then back behind Cal in the 4th place spot, it's going to be Arizona State. Arizona State also student run, coached. A lot of alumni will come back to help out that program. They're student funded. Great to see them here representing in all boat categories from varsity to novice, 8s and 4s. And I think a double coming up. In 5th, it's going to be Pacific University. Very close to them will be University of Puget Sound in lane 6, so we'll keep an eye on those two as to who's going to pull off the 5th or 6th place spot. But very spread out here in this petite final. Orange Coast College well out in front now, at least a length and a half of open water for them between UC Davis. So UC Davis still occupying the 2nd place position, now pulling themselves clear of Cal Lightweights. Cal Lightweights in 3rd. 750 meters gone. This is the petite final for the women's collegiate for Division 2, 3, and club. One of the things that we talked about a little bit here today is the stroke rating that the different crews use. The 4s are generally a little bit heavier. They are definitely slower than the 8s, and so the stroke rating often reflects that. Orange Coast College, they've got some really strong girls this year, and they are rowing at a composed 33 strokes a minute. I wouldn't say that it's conservative, as their rowing definitely shows that they're very aggressive. But 33, maybe a little bit lower than the rest of the field. I've got UC Davis upwards of about 34, 35. Now all crews approaching 1,000 meters. OCC already passed that point. And now here is Davis and now Cal Lights. And then behind them, great moves here by Arizona State. Arizona State looking really solid in that beautiful pink shell. It's kind of a salmon-colored boat. They have open water on either side. So they're kind of there out by themselves. The coxswain looking down the course. She's looking at those top 3 crews. Can they get into contention for one of those top 3 spots? Arizona State, the Sun Devils, doing a nice job here, really putting a lot of space in between themselves. And finally, the 5th place crew being University of Puget Sound. Puget Sound having overtaken Pacific for the 5th place spot. So Pacific in 6th.
And coming into about 600 meters to go, it is Orange Coast College in the lead in lane 4. And they are actually about to squeeze across that 500-meter mark to go. So Orange Coast College, very, very comfortable, very confident rowing here out in lane 4. They just have a little bit of breeze to deal with, but not a lot of competition as they are pretty far in the lead here, pretty comfortably in the lead. But they are followed by lane 2, UC Davis and Cal Lights fighting it out along the shore here. So we have Cal Lights still connected to UC Davis, and we'll see if those lightweights can actually start to bring their rate up a little bit earlier and try to overtake UC Davis. But it looks like UC Davis is actually starting to make a little bit of a move here. So let's keep an eye on UC Davis and Cal Lights along the shore here in lanes 1 and 2. We have UC Davis again in lane 2, unable to quite break free from Cal Lights. They are still connected, bow ball to stern, but we'll see who starts to push away as we come down the tents on the beach here. It is Orange Coast College still in lane 4 in the lead. You can see them charging into that red zone. And here they go. Sitting up, they have started their sprint here, whatever sprint they've decided to do in this lead position, we will see. You can see Arizona State in that pink boat, as Adrian said, that beautiful salmon color way out there, but they are starting to make a move too. They are sitting up and starting their charge into those red buoys. And here we go. It's looking like UC Davis has started to push away a little bit more from Cal Lights, but Cal Lights are not giving up. Typical lightweight fashion, they are hungry for it. Lightweights love racing heavyweight crews, and here we see it now. They have brought their rate up, and they are taking the charge. I can't imagine they have enough water, but UC Davis, knowing that Cal Lights are coming for them. Look at this. Phenomenal. Great race there at the end. UC Davis barely holding off Cal Lights there as they made the charge for it. And here we go. Arizona State in that pink boat coming across the line in that 4th place position. Great finish from the crew from Tempe. And here we have Pacific University making a charge within their last 10 strokes or so, but it is Puget Sound on the outside that is going to take the edge over Pacific University, who will finish in 6th place, rounding out that petite final for the women's Varsity 4 Division II.
All right, and we had to wait for that last race to cross the line before we call this one. But this is the grand final for the Women's Collegiate 4, D2, D3, and club programs. Let me give you the lane assignments. Lane 1 is the University of Central Oklahoma. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, Seattle Pacific. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, Cal Poly Humboldt. Lane 6, University of Central Oklahoma B. And right now the leader is going to come out of lane 2. That's UC Santa Barbara. They're looking at about a start advantage over both lanes 1 and 3. So UCO and Seattle Pacific side by side duking it out for that top spot. But now here comes Humboldt from lane 5 trying to get into the mix. So they're working their way a little bit farther into Seattle Pacific's lead. But the Gauchos, Santa Barbara, they are out in front taking charge. They've really done quite a good job here in the Varsity 4 this weekend, and they're proving their speed here just at about 750 meters gone. So the racing right now that we're going to watch is between these Division II programs, the Broncos of UCO, the Falcons from Seattle Pacific, and then the Lumberjacks of Humboldt. Just behind Humboldt, in the 5th place spot, it's going to be the B entry from University of Central Oklahoma, so they could definitely be a contender. Back by a bit of open water continues to be UC Irvine. But great racing here up front by the Gauchos. They're trying to pull clear of the rest of the field, looking for that most likely by the 1,000-meter line, just pacing themselves along. Very clean rowing here. What I'm seeing is a lot of power coming out of that University of California, Santa Barbara boat. Good connection between the rowers. You can see a lot of emotion coming out of that stroke seat. Very aggressive, good pace, and really showing it here as they have pulled clear, and now it's open water for UC Santa Barbara as we approach 1,000 meters gone. Really heating up, though, between lanes 1, 3, and 5, that's Central Oklahoma, Seattle Pacific, and Humboldt. UCO still holding on to that 2nd place spot, sitting maybe 2 seats over Seattle Pacific. Humboldt trying to come up and pull even with Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific with the advantage for the 3rd place position by about 2 seats.
Yeah, ASU! Woo!
Back to them continuing in 5th. It's going to be Central Oklahoma, their B entry, and then finally UC Irvine in 6th. But now the boat that I'm looking at is Seattle Pacific, so Santa Barbara's still in front, but Seattle Pacific has now moved themselves up to that 2nd place position, overtaking Central Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma falling back to 3rd. Humboldt still in 4th. These 3 crews very close to each other. There's a lot of action, a lot of kind of trading places going back and forth. So with 750 meters to go, it is all about the Gauchos. They have about a half a length of open water, but behind them, it is a battle between Seattle Pacific, University of Central Oklahoma, and Humboldt.
And we are about 100 meters from that 500 to go, if we'll call it. And we are going to say it is Santa Barbara, again, still in the lead, with Seattle Pacific making a push. Look at those red blades here, closing the gap of open water on Santa Barbara. So they are really going to make a push here. They have about 500 meters to do it. We'll see if they can manage. Still connected to that stern deck is the bow ball of University of Central Oklahoma, as well as Humboldt way out there. We cannot discount these crews on the outside lanes, and that's what these coxswains on the shoreside lanes here have to keep an eye out for. So they have to look all the way across the field and see that crews like Humboldt are starting to challenge, as well as another Central Oklahoma boat on the outside. So a lot of these boats still connected here, chasing down our leader, Santa Barbara, in lane 2. As we come into that 500-meter mark, we are coming down the chute now. Santa Barbara still in the lead. That stroke seat, as Adrian said before, is being very brave here. She is able to see the rest of the field and can try to hold them off and kind of urge her crew on and be brave. If she needs to take the rate up a little bit earlier, she may need to tell her coxswain that they need to go a little bit sooner even than planned sometimes. And that's the beauty of having a great stroke seat like this. So Santa Barbara still pushing away from Central Oklahoma and Seattle, who is really trying to make a push, really trying to overlap those bow decks. And here we go, Santa Barbara coming down the chute. They know that if they can maintain this type of composure, that they are going to walk away with that first place in the grand final. Here we go, Santa Barbara. Being challenged here by Seattle in lane 3, but Seattle has run out of water. It is going to be Santa Barbara for the win, followed by Seattle. Very tight race here between Central Oklahoma on the shore and Humboldt in lane 4. Phenomenal showing by Humboldt. Followed by another Central Oklahoma boat. And rounding out our field again will be UCI within their last 10 strokes here. Strong finish from UCI, and that is the women's Varsity 4 Division II Grand Final. Congratulations to Santa Barbara.
Probably 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And he's only 4. Not bad. The back isn't hurt? Legs. Oh, your legs? Yeah. Are you using your legs? Mainly your leg thing. Because I'm looking like this. It's a leg press. Think of that as a leg press. Vertical. Okay. It's like legs first, and then have your legs drained, then your shoulders, and your back. I was thinking strap, back, lat. You have like oh, okay, now I see. The legs, I got arms. Yeah, I didn't even did they lay that one? Some lay down, some lay sit up. I wonder why I didn't see it. Have you guys celebrated anything? Give them a high five, good job, it's easy. You really want to agree with these videos. When they win, next season.
All right, and on the course currently is the grand final for the men's collegiate lightweight 4. We've got 5 boats on the course. In lane 1, Western Washington University. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, USC. And lane 5, Cal Lightweights. All right, jumping out to an early lead, it will be lane 1, Western Washington. I'm looking at this boat with a bucket rig. Seats 3 and 2 are both rowing on the starboard side. That means that the stroke seat and the bow seat are on the port side. That sometimes helps to balance out the strengths of the boat, let that boat run a little bit more straight so the coxswain has to do less work. Western Washington with a lead. Behind them, it's going to be really tight between USC and UCLA. Right now, very slight advantage going to USC for that top spot. They're sitting about 1 seat over UCLA. Behind UCLA, in the 4th place position, it's going to be UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara rowing out of lane 2. And then in the final position, in 5th, it will be Cal Lightweights. But up front, already with open water, just past 500 meters gone, the Vikings of Western Washington showing their power and technical proficiency, even in this little bit of chop, this little bit of wind that we're seeing, kind of can push the boats around, can make it challenging to get the blades in the water cleanly. But Western doing a nice job, of course, rowing out of the Northwest in beautiful Bellingham, Washington. They are used to challenging conditions. They're showing that here as they are not fazed at all by this little bit of push from the wind. They continue to walk away, every stroke pushing themselves just a little bit further away, 750 meters gone. In second, USC trying to solidify themselves in one of those medal positions. They now have a 4-seat advantage over UCLA. UCLA in 3rd. Back behind the Bruins in fourth, it continues to be UC Santa Barbara, but with Cal Lightweights right there. So good racing here between Santa Barbara and Cal Lightweights on the outside. Now, this lightweight category is these guys do have to go and weigh in. They are at a max weight of 160. So a lot of efficiency coming out of these athletes. They really have to make sure that they're using their power as efficiently as possible to move that boat. Lightweights are generally among the most fit of the athletes on their team, oftentimes can go toe-to-toe with the open weights. But this boat from Western Washington, man, what a tear. You can really see the emotion and the aggression coming out of these athletes. I have them clocked at 37 strokes a minute. These guys are leaving nothing on the table. They're going to take this from the very start. They're going after that gold. Western Washington out in front. Great race here between USC and UCLA. UCLA now pulling even with the Trojan, putting themselves into position for that second place silver spot. But it's bound to be a battle all the way down the race course. UCLA and USC leaving Cal Lights and UC Santa Barbara in their wake. It looks like Cal Lights have come into the fourth place position. UC Santa Barbara falling a little bit off the pace, back in fifth. We'll turn it over to Whitney for the final 750 meters. This is the men's collegiate lightweight 4.
And as we start getting close to that 500 meters to go, we have our leader, Western Washington, way out in front. I'm going to give them 3 boat lengths open water over the next 2 boats, which are UCLA and USC, hanging on to UCLA still. But Western Washington just absolutely running away with it along the shore here. And if you are on the beach, you are going to see them very, very soon, because here they come. And it is so exciting to see these lightweight events out here, because at the international level, too, we are starting to see less and less lightweight events. And so it's really fun to see the equal weights here racing. You know, it's such an equal boat class that it's so fun to kind of see these guys come out here and get the rates up and watch lightweights race. They're just so hungry for it. And here we can see it again. Lane 1, Western Washington just confidently taking this race by storm. Really phenomenal rowing here. And we are followed by UCLA and USC fighting for that second and third place position. Followed again by Santa Barbara and Cal Lights. And it's looking like now UCLA, those Bruins, again, just running away from the field, trying to break away from USC. They are bow to stern now, but the Bruins are trying to push away. And remember here, they don't have their weights to rely on, so they have to be very, very precise rowers, very deliberate rowing here by the lightweights. Here we go with Western Washington in lane 1. They are starting to bring it up, sitting up, getting a little bit sharper here, getting those blades in the water, finishing this race the way they intended it. Look at this. Beautiful blue boat here, crossing the line first. Western Washington, followed by UCLA Bruins with those beautiful blue blades, and a fight for USC in that third place position.
Let's go, Gauchos! Come on, Gauchos!
And that will be Cal Lights. That will be Santa Barbara here in lane 2, rounding out the field again for the men's light 4. Congratulations again to Western Washington a time of 7:09 in that first place position. Congratulations to Western Washington again, men's light 4 grand final.
Yeah, that's Connor and yeah. Is that what? No, they've been in doubles for a while. Yeah. That's true. They got. They're probably gonna send number 8 or 9 too. All about that. No. Practice and warm up. Really both? No. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Southern Cal, UCLA, Western Washington. Southern Cal, lane 4. UCLA, lane 3. Western Washington, lane 1.
Thank you.
right, just an update from the race course. We were underway with the grand final for the Women's Collegiate Lightweight 4 with just 2 boats on the course. It's Cal Lightweights versus UC Santa Barbara. There has been a stop to the race, some sort of issue. Not sure what's going on, but the refs did stop. Looked like Cal Lightweights might have had a bit of a technical problem or maybe an equipment problem. I'm not going to take a guess, but race has been stopped. They'll be turned around and pulled back into the starting blocks, and we'll be back with a race call in just a few minutes. But stick around. This is all grand finals from here on out to the end of the day. Last race is at 12:40, finishing up with the Collegiate Lightweight Novice 4. But in between, we have the second Novice 8s, we have pairs, we have doubles, all sorts of racing here for you today at the WIRA Championship. All right, well, we have had a restart to the Women's Collegiate Lightweight 4. We have 2 boats on the course with Cal Lights in lane 1 and Santa Barbara in lane 2, but inexplicably the Cal Light boat out of lane 1 did have to stop rowing. I have a feeling that there was probably some sort of breakage or steering mechanism malfunction because they are rowing off of the course. Really unfortunate for that program to miss out on this race. This was, likely the last race of the season for these athletes. So what we're going to see is Santa Barbara rowing down the course uncontested. We do have the referees following them, so they're rowing cleanly, rowing quite well. They're going to go out there and just try and put down the best time possible, but unfortunate to not have your competition side by side. We'll get a little better picture of maybe what happened there. At Santa Barbara, barring some other disaster on the race course, looks like they will be taking home a medal. All right, and we are finally back on track with another grand final. This is the Men's Collegiate second Novice 8. We've got 6 boats on the course, and we have had a start. In lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, Washington State. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, USC. And lane 6, Arizona State. Well, this might be the most dominant start of the day for me because already with half a boat length of open water at 250 meters in, Orange Coast College has decided to just take off and go. Rowing out of lane 1, they look to have kind of taken no prisoners here from the very beginning. So it's Orange Coast all the way out there in front by almost a length of open water. Every stroke they take is a chance for them to move a little bit farther away. So they're really taking advantage of this. Folks, let's remember this is a second Novice 8. That novice program for Orange Coast has just been really dominant this spring. Definitely something that we've seen over the years. They do a tremendous job building their athletes, building their novice program. Behind them, we're going to look at a lot of jockeying for position between all of the crews. Right now, the second place spot is going to go to lane 4. That's UC Irvine. They're sitting just ahead of Washington State, rowing out of lane 2, as well as lane 5, USC. So a lot of overlap here between crews. Again, we're still very early on, just past 500 meters in. In 5th, it's going to be lane 6. That's Arizona State. They look to have about a 6-seat advantage over lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. But the Pirates well out in front, almost 2 lengths of open water for them. We're just going to let them put on that show, but what a level of confidence and fun to be able to be in that boat looking out at the rest of the field and just executing your race plan. Again, this is probably not the end of their season. They've got some more racing to look forward to if they head out to the ACRA Championships in Oak Ridge, but what a great way to learn how to really put down that perfect race plan, execute, and go. Irvine still trying to hold on to that second place position, but really being challenged by Washington State. Washington State, a club program out of Spokane. They have both men and women in the program. They really have a lot of tradition and legacy behind them. They must have heard me talking about them because they now have overtaken UC Irvine and moved into that second place spot. So Washington State, with a really great move there, they have jumped up to 4 seats over Irvine. Irvine sitting 1 seat over USC. USC, a club program in its second year of rebuilding under Coach John Cates. Now, true to form, USC is really the epitome of student athlete with an emphasis on the student, really well-rounded. Coach Cates told me that they do have a nuclear physicist on their team, so the brawn and the brain behind the oar. Doing a great job here in this second Novice 8. Again, having a second Novice 8 is a testament to the depth of that program, so they're really doing a good job attracting talent into that team. While we let the Pirates walk away, it is Washington State that's pushed themselves into that second place position, looking to pull up at least 1 full boat length, and now USC moving themselves into the 3rd place spot. UC Irvine falling back to 4th place, but still holding tight, so just by about 1 seat down to USC. Behind these top 4 crews by open water, it's going to be Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara now in 5th, followed by Arizona State in 6th. One of the things that we note in our novice categories is how much emotion we see from the crews. There's so much adrenaline. It's the crazy fury of novice rowing, and that's what you have coming down at you towards that spectator area. Whitney, last 750 meters of the grand final here of the Men's Collegiate second Novice 8.
Well, Adrian, I think you set that up beautifully for us here because as Orange Coast College just walks away, coming through that 500 meters to go mark, they are looking phenomenal. And I have to say one thing that Coast does so well is that every single day, these boats from top to bottom get to line up, sometimes 8 boats across, and I mean 8 eights across, all the way across the water. So even these second novices here get so much experience lining up in between other boats and doing race pieces and doing long pieces every single day. And that really makes a difference. That's really showing up here as Orange Coast College is our very clear leader. But all of these programs here having a second novice 8 really speaks to the depth of their program and the quality of coaching that we see here, because not far behind here we have another race going on, which is Washington State, it looks like, also rowing beautifully. As we speak about these other crews, do keep an eye on Orange Coast College here in lane 1, the Giant Killers coming into the red zone. Look at this. Who would guess this is a second novice 8? Racing with such poise here and emotion, as Adrian said. They are going for it to shut this race down. Look at that beautiful M-Pocker here, orange stripes, sitting up tall. That coxswain is urging them on. And in the second novice 8, it will be Orange Coast College. Well done, boys. Here we go. In lane 2, we have Washington State University. Followed by UCI in lane 4. Strong finish here by Washington State. About a boat and a half length open water from UCI. USC, those yellow blades and black shell. And here we go, Santa Barbara in lane 3. Really phenomenal racing by all crews here for the men's second novice 8 grand final, and congratulations again to Orange Coast College, the Giant Killers, with a time of 6:45.7.
All right, you're finally back in the racing action. We are kind of moving the schedule just a little bit to accommodate some substitutions with the women's collegiate second novice 8. So we'll come back to that race. Instead, we're going to push forward to the men's pair. So just in time for the wind to kick up just a little bit, we are looking at one of the most difficult boats to row, which is the pair. Again, there's no coxswain. The steering is generally done by a mechanism attached to the toe of one of the athletes, or they don't have a steering mechanism at all and they just use the power of the blades to keep the boat running straight. Now, one of the advantages of being out here at Lake Natoma is that it is a fully buoyed course, so it is rather easy to see where you're at on the race course. And yesterday we saw some really good heats and performances in the pair, and that's what we're seeing here out in the grand final. So the lineup, the lane assignments are going to be lane 2, Santa Clara. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 3, UC San Diego. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 5, Loyola Marymount. And lane 6, UC Irvine. And jumping out to an early lead, it is Santa Clara. And I do remember seeing a couple of these athletes. That stroke seat, he is quite tall. I remember him being in the 4, and they had really good performances in the 4, and they're showing their technical proficiency at moving those small boats right here as they jump out to an early lead. In the second place position, it is the Anteaters. In lane 6, UC Irvine in the second place position, looking to make a jump, come up and maybe challenge that Santa Clara boat. Just 500 meters gone, and we're looking at some tight racing between the top 2 boats. So Santa Clara and Irvine going after each other. Just behind those top 2 boats by open water, it's going to be the boat from UC San Diego. Kind of threw me off a little bit because they're rowing in that bright red hull. Generally, it would be a blue hull for them, but I recognize them from yesterday. So UC San Diego in the 3rd place position, and then all the way behind, we've got quite a big stretch of open water behind. It is lane 5, Loyola Marymount in 4th, followed by UC Santa Barbara in 5th. And I'm getting some stroke ratings for you on this Irvine boat, as they have been able to pull up even with Santa Clara. Irvine rowing at 35 strokes a minute, Santa Clara at 38, so that's very aggressive in these small boats. It's an incredibly difficult boat to row. A lot of programs, though, do a lot of training and even boat selection, seat selection in the small boats, in the pairs. If you can move a pair, you can move an 8. And that's exactly what we're seeing here with these programs from Santa Clara, UC San Diego, and Irvine. As they cross over the halfway point, we're looking at a really high level of technical efficiency. Great matching here. Irvine doing a really nice job being very patient and aggressive. Again, they've got them clocked at 35 strokes a minute. Just behind them, but still in contact, it's the Broncos of Santa Clara. And then just off the stern deck of Santa Clara, UC San Diego continues in 3rd. Again, there is a medal at the end of this race, so these guys are going for it as they come down the race course. Whitney, tell us what's happening with these top 2 boats. I'm going to keep my eye on Santa Clara, but right now it does look like the Anteaters walking away from the rest of the competition.
Doing good. Oh, you guys found the sun, huh? A little bit, yeah. Greg? Greg? Reed. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Saw them start.
And coming in about 500 to go, it is looking like our leader is still UCI, followed very, very closely by Santa Clara and UCSD. Neck and neck, and as Adrian said before, these pairs are very difficult to row, and they take a lot of precision, making sure that the bodies move together, blades go in together, because you can't hide in a pair. And here we go. It looks like UCI, again, is almost making this look easy. I mean, look at this. Blades in together, nice and long. This is a leverage sport. We have some tall guys in this boat. Little bit of ripple on the water, which we do get in Newport Beach. You get that nice ocean breeze, so they are probably used to rowing in a little bit of breeze here out on the ocean, and they can lean into it a little bit and maintain that lead that they have established pretty dominantly here. In lanes 2 and 3, we have Santa Clara and UC San Diego that are neck and neck. They are fighting for that second place position. And as Adrian said before, there is a medal at the end of this race. And this red boat, which has deceived us before, is making a move. They are now in the red zone and pushing away to make sure that they are in that second place spot, but they are not going to go down without a fight, because Santa Clara here is really pushing along the shore here in lane 2 with those maroon blades. Really going for it here. UC San Diego, though, will take that second place position. I think Santa Clara has just run out of water. But here we go. We have LMU finishing up in lane 5. Last few strokes for LMU. Executing their race plan there with a very nice sprint through the line as we finish up with UC Santa Barbara in lane 4. And congratulations again to UC Irvine. That is the grand final of the men's pair.
Irvine, San Diego, Santa Clara. Come to the Lawrence area.
All right, we're going to jump in with the women's pair already underway. They're actually almost at the 1,000-meter line. We'll give you the lane assignments. In lane 1, Arizona State. Lane 2, St. Mary's College. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, University of Central Oklahoma. Lane 5, Sonoma State. Lane 6, UC Davis. And lane 7, St. Mary's College B. In the lead at 1,000 meters, it is going to be UC Davis. UC Davis looking to have a little bit of open water over the rest of the field, and the lead has changed just a little bit between second and third place. Right now, it does look like University of Central Oklahoma is in the second place position. In third, it's going to be Arizona State. These top 3 boats well ahead of the rest of the field. Now, one of the things that we've talked about with the pairs is how difficult they are to row and to steer, and we're dealing with a little bit of wind, so challenging technical conditions. We do have a little bit of steering correction coming out of the referees. What they'll do is generally come up upon the stern deck of the boat and give them some direction to make sure that they get back in their lanes. All boats rowing cleanly. As long as there's no interference, the boats can cross the finish line and feel good about their placement. So, UC Davis out in front. University of Central Oklahoma and Arizona almost deadlocked for that second or third place position. I'm going to give a slight advantage right now to Arizona State. They've actually closed the gap on UC Davis as well. In fourth, it looks to be St. Mary's A. Fifth place is going to belong to lane 6. That's UC Davis B. And then in the sixth position, it will be St. Mary's B. And then finally, Sonoma State. So this is the women's collegiate pair coming at you. Really good racing up front, though, between Davis, Central Oklahoma, and Arizona State.
And coming up to the 500 to go, it doesn't look like that much has changed here. In lane 3, we still have UC Davis leading. And again, still vying for that second place position is Arizona State and Central Oklahoma, but I'm going to give it to Central Oklahoma. I think they are starting to close the gap even on UC Davis. And it looks like some of these crews are having a little bit of trouble steering. They are getting pretty close to the buoy lines here. We're getting a few corrections back and forth. It is getting a little bit windy out there, but we do have UC Davis going over the buoy line just a little bit, scooting over a little bit close to Oklahoma. We'll see if they catch it in time. We have Arizona State in that blue boat, also making a small correction here. And remember, every time you touch that rudder, it does slow the boat down just a little bit, but because all crews are actually making corrections right now, the placing has actually not changed much at all. The only thing I'm seeing here is that University of Oklahoma is making up a little bit of time on that UC Davis pair. But as that UC Davis pair comes into the red zone and shuts it down, they do have the advantage of being able to see the rest of the field and can hopefully push away and finish this off the way they intended it, right out in front. And here, So it looks like we have a few steering issues going on here. As we've said, it is very difficult to steer these pairs sometimes, but it looks like right now, lane 3, UC Davis is going to take that first place position, followed by lane 4, Central Oklahoma, followed by ASU in that blue boat. And looks like UC Davis B in that 5th position. And we have St. Mary's and Sonoma still on the course here. But it's getting a little bit tricky with the wind out here, so really good job to all these pairs out here trying to maintain their line with a slight crosswind. And we can see on our screen, it may be a little bit hard to see on the beach, but we can see that they're getting pushed over just a little bit. And here we have Sonoma finishing up very strong with a sprint here in a very difficult boat class for the women's pair grand final. And congratulations to UC Davis on taking the first place position in this grand final.
All right, and we again continue with the small boats, but this time it is a double. For those of you watching at home, might be new to the sport of rowing. What's the difference between a pair and a double? Well, a pair, you've got one person rowing on the port side, one person rowing on the starboard side. In a double, it's a sculling boat, so each athlete has 2 oars. And it's a little bit faster. It's a little quicker boat than the pair is, but not any less easy to row. And with the advent of sculling in the United States, especially at the junior level, it's really cool to see this out here being contested at the collegiate level. It is a race that for women's lightweights, we see contested at the IRA National Championships and then also at ACRA's with both the men and the women. So glad that WIRA has adopted racing the double. Gives more opportunity to more athletes, and right now the leader well out in front. Looks like they're very comfortable in that boat. It is UC San Diego. Again, they have had such a phenomenal day. Every boat that they can get in and put down a great time, get a good placement, contributes to that points trophy. So we're thinking about that as we finish out this day, but UC San Diego, they are out in front. In the second place position, but backed by several lengths of open water, it's going to be lane 1. That's Loyola Marymount, also looking quite sharp in that boat. In second place, it's going to be the team right next to them in lane 2, Sac State. And then pretty close here for 4th or 5th between Long Beach State and Cal Poly Humboldt. In 6th, we're going to look at lane 5, that's UC Irvine. And then finally in 7th place, it will be University of Oregon. Great to see University of Oregon out here, also a student-run program. They practice on Dexter Lake, where In a couple of weeks, we'll see the Pac-12s being contested for the second year in a row. Dexter Lake, an absolutely beautiful body of water just outside of Eugene. And I've heard that these Oregon rowers just with a couple of months of rowing under their belt. So great to see them out here in a grand final. It's really a big deal when any of your athletes can make the grands, but especially ones that are so new to the sport. It really bolsters the whole team. So well done to them. But turning our attention back to the leaders, UC San Diego, past 1,000 meters in, they have just taken off. And I mean, that is some sharp rowing here. I have coached a lot of athletes with sculling, and these guys look very comfortable in this boat. Like maybe they've spent a lot of time in a sculling boat. They're taking advantage of that. What a fun opportunity to be able to look down the race course and have that big of a lead. Loyola Marymount as well, second place for them. They're just kind of taking off and all by themselves out there along the shoreline. Behind them in third, it's going to be Sac State. And then giving them a run for their money, Long Beach State, followed by Humboldt in fifth. And then finally, finally UC Irvine in sixth, and then Oregon in seventh.
And as our leaders are going to be creeping into 500 to go pretty shortly here, that will be UC San Diego, again in that red boat up front, looking so smooth and so good. It's almost like they've done this before. They are making this look easy. This beautiful rowing here in the wind. They are just unfazed. In second place, it's still looking like Loyola Marymount. Here we go. If you are watching on your screen here, you will see these women's bodies moving in and out together. Hands look very, very aligned. Blade angles very aligned. They are looking really, really good in this UC San Diego boat. And here we go again. UCSD men taking the lead here in a very, very dominant fashion. They are completely unfazed by the rest of the field here, and we will try to get eyes on them as they come through, finishing up in the red zone here. They are going to just walk away with this. I think we can confidently say that they have taken the first place position here. Congratulations, UC San Diego, on dominating the field for most of this race. And that will be lane 3, and we will look back here to lane 1, Loyola Marymount in that second place position along the shore here, finishing up their race. Not far behind, we're going to say Sac State here, about 2 boat lengths down. Sac State on their home course here, finishing up very, very strong. Again, they've gotten a little bit of push from the wind here, so these guys are really doing a great job staying dead straight in their lanes all the way through the chute to the finish line. It looks like we are followed by Long Beach, who has quite a bit of sculling under their belts. They do a lot of sculling down there in Long Beach. Humboldt on the outside again in those green unisuits and yellow blades. Very strong finish from Humboldt, also getting quite a bit of sculling up there on their water. And here we go again. It looks like UC Irvine. And we have all boats across. Again, congratulations to UC San Diego for the men's double grand final.
All right, and as we watch the men's double finish, we already have the women's double underway and approaching 750 meters gone. We have 6 boats on the course with UC Santa Barbara in lane 1, University of San Diego in lane 2, Stanford in lane 3, Puget Sound in lane 4, UC Davis in lane 5, and University of Oregon in lane 6. And out in front as your leader, it is going to be the University of San Diego. They're looking at a little bit of challenging conditions here with a stiff headwind. Not too much chop on the water, but it is going to slow that boat down a little bit. We're still looking at some really good blade work, though, from that University of San Diego boat. So you're looking at a very solid lead, a little bit of open water for them. In second place, it's going to be UC Davis. They're rowing out of lane 5. In third place, and really moving quickly here, is going to be Stanford. Stanford rowing out of lane 3. So Stanford putting themselves into a perhaps medal position, but with lane 4, University of Puget Sound, just off of their stern deck. In fifth, we're going to move over to the lane 1 along the shoreline. That's UC Santa Barbara. So UC Santa Barbara in fifth, and then finally University of Oregon in lane 6th. In 6th place position. Stanford trying to challenge University of Puget Sound, trying to challenge UC Davis for perhaps that second place position, but UC Davis doing a nice job holding them off. Again, these ladies look like they are very comfortable in a sculling boat. They've got great blade work, getting the blades direct to the water, which is crucial, especially in a headwind. And right now, as they cross over 1,000 meters, this is probably the most exposed part of the course. It opens up a little bit, not as much protection. And then as we pass by this point, it moves into a little bit more coverage. But you definitely have to be prepared for that little bit of a gust of wind. And University of San Diego well out in front, doing a nice job handling any sort of adverse conditions. Davis got to look across their port side because Stanford is really making a push here past the 1,000 and now pulling even and now overtaking the Aggies for that second place spot. Continuing in fourth, it's going to be University of Puget Sound, and then UC Santa Barbara in fifth with University of Oregon in sixth. This is the grand final for the women's collegiate double.
As we get close to that 500-meter mark, our leaders are just shy of 500 to go. It is looking like University of San Diego coming through that 500-meter mark right now, followed very closely by Stanford, coming through that 500-meter mark now themselves, and they are going to try to challenge University of San Diego by actually bringing their rate up a little bit. I don't know if it's too much too late at this point. They have less than 500 meters to try to catch them, as University of San Diego has established themselves pretty well as the leaders And if they can maintain the way that they're rowing right now, which is so beautiful in this little bit of ripple here, it's a little bit open, a little bit exposed out here, but they are managing it perfectly and completely unfazed as we see them come into the beach. You should be able to see them now. That is University of San Diego in first, followed by Stanford, and we have a very, very close race for that third place position, which looks, if I'm not mistaken here, like UC Davis. Definitely Oregon on the outside. Absolutely. Look at this. In lane 6, University of Oregon making a push over Santa Barbara in lane 1. So again, have to keep an eye on these outside lanes because it's easy to let somebody sneak by. But here we go. It looks like University of San Diego walking away with it, coming down the chute through the red buoys, followed closely by Stanford, who has brought the rate up and started to chase. But University of San Diego not bringing the rate up too much. They are just getting their blades in and driving it home. Here we go. University of San Diego within the last 5 strokes of securing their victory in the women's double grand final. Congratulations, University of San Diego. Followed by Stanford. Followed by Puget Sound. Santa Barbara A. And this is University of Oregon here with a strong finish. And that will round out again our women's double grand final. Again, congratulations to University of San Diego.
All right, let's have Puget Sound, Stanford, San Diego.
All right, we're getting ready to wrap up this day with some novice fours. The first event will be the men's collegiate novice four. Very, very competitive event. We've had a lot of entries coming into this. And right now we're looking at the best of the best. In lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, UC San Diego B. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, Arizona State. Lane 5, UC Davis, and lane 6, Santa Clara. And we've got 2 boats out in front already. We're not quite at 500 meters, but UCLA has exerted themselves as the leader in this race right now, sitting 4 seats over UC San Diego A in lane 1. Behind them by a bit of open water, it's going to be lane 6, that's Santa Clara. So Santa Clara in the 3rd place position, hoping to pull free of the rest of the pack. And then behind them, it's a dogfight for that 4th, 5th, and 6th place position between UCLA B, Arizona State, and UC Davis. So Santa Clara hoping to maybe gain back some ground from these top 2 crews between UCLA and UC San Diego. 500 meters gone, and it is the Bruins for that lead, looking to pull clear of UC San Diego. And we'll try to be clear here, UC San Diego with 2 boats in this race. It is their A boat that is in the second place position. The crew from UCLA, very aggressive, very strong, and looks like some great blade work. Again, we've talked a little bit about the challenges posed with a little bit of wavy water. We've got no white caps or anything, but definitely a little bit of chop, and we've got some gusts of wind that are coming out at these athletes. So not the cleanest conditions like we've had yesterday, and definitely not anything that these athletes can't handle. But the Bruins handling it the best as they come across 750 meters gone. They continue to inch themselves just a little bit further away from the Tritons out of lane 1. Tritons in second place. But having just taken a shift, I just saw that in their boat, a little bit more energy, a little bit more spice behind the oar. They're trying to pull even with UCLA, so we'll see at the halfway point how that plays out. And now Santa Clara rowing out of lane 6. They're in the third place position, really kind of all by themselves. They've got open water behind, open water in front, but they want to make sure that they're in contention for some sort of medal. And as I'm looking at these crews, I'm realizing, you know, these are novice 4s. These guys are rowing so well, and that really is a great, it's going to look great for them as varsity next year. So these are the building blocks of that varsity program. They're showing what strength they have and depth. Attention to detail and technique is very evident with some of these crews. So Santa Clara in third. In the fourth place position, it's going to be really tight between the B boat from UC San Diego and UC Davis out of lane 5. In 6, Arizona State has dropped back just a little bit, and that's going to round out this Collegiate Novice 4 Grand Final. We're going to turn it over to Whitney as we keep our eyes on those 2 boats up front, UC San Diego A and UCLA.
Not doing homework for 2 weeks. Hey, Bella. Thank you. How are you?
And you can't quite see from the beach yet, but if you are looking on our screen, you will see a good race going on because it is lane 1, UCSD-A, that is really starting to challenge UCLA. And they are about bow ball to bow ball. I mean, I would give the Bruins maybe a half a foot at this point. But they are really battling it out. That is lanes 1 and 3. And you will see them from the beach shortly as we come up on 500 to go. But this is a good race. The Bruins are not letting them off that easy. They are trying to push away. They can see what they're trying to do from that outside lane, and they are going to see if they can hold them off. And again, they have less than 500 meters now to do that. But again, so incredible here that these are novice 4s. Again, some of the reasons that these 4s are so challenging is that so many teams can put 4 athletes together and give them a lot of time on the water. So it's really phenomenal to see so many of them out here and just looking so experienced. It's really hard to imagine that any of these are even novice crews. And it's looking, again, like UCLA still starting to walk away. They know that they are going to have to hold off UC San Diego in lane 1 if they want to maintain that first position. And here they go in the red zone. That is UCLA and the Bruins here walking away with it. UC San Diego in lane 1, starting to bring the rate up here, but is it too much, too late? I don't think they have enough water. but they are going for it, listening to their coxswain, just urging them through the line here. And that will be UC San Diego in second there. Congratulations to UCLA for securing that spot. Phenomenal finish there. That was exciting on the outside here. It will be followed here by UC San Diego B in that fourth place position. And I want to make a correction here. We have our finish order as UCLA B, UC San Diego A, third place Santa Clara, fourth UC San Diego B, and fifth UC Davis A. And congratulations again to UCLA B for securing the men's Novice 4 Grand Final victory.
All right, and what we're looking at on the course right now is the rerun of the Women's Collegiate second Novice 8, but it's actually just one boat on the water, so really more like an exhibition race. We had a medical emergency with one of the crews. We were able to get a substitution out. One of the boats was unable to race, and so what we're looking at right now is a chance for UC Irvine to just put down a good race plan, get themselves down the race course and look at their time, challenge the conditions. As a Novice 8, it's really important to close out the season on a positive note, and that's exactly the opportunity that they're being given right now. So well done to UC Irvine for being patient and waiting. And as they come across, when they get down towards the spectator area, please make sure to get yourself down to the beach and give them some encouragement.
Well, you know what? I'm dying. I'm gonna shave my beard out. Well, I mean, it's not a natural. This is a resin.
Hey guys, we can all be on the trailer right now. Okay. Have to grab the wall so I can find out that. David, you too.
All right, we are in the home stretch here, looking at the last two grand finals of the day. This one coming up is the Women's Collegiate Novice 4. This is a grand final, and it is spread out between Division 1, 2, and club programs. In Lane 1, we have University of Central Oklahoma. In Lane 2, St. Mary's College. Lane 3, University of Oregon. Lane 4, Santa Clara. Lane 5, Seattle Pacific, and Lane 6, Cal Poly Humboldt. As we're looking at a little bit of a breeze coming down the race course, it might be just a little bit more challenging for the officials to get everything into perfect alignment, as sometimes that can push your boat out of connection with that straight shot down the race course. So what they'll do generally is move to a pretty quick start so that as soon as they have alignment, off they go. As these are novice crews, sometimes that is a little bit more difficult to handle, but we've got the green flag up and off they go. With these novice boats, one of the things that we see at the end of the season is definitely a little bit more maturity as they have more races under their belt, a little bit more seasoned, and with the ability to execute a race plan as given to them by their coach, really listening to the coxswain for those specific commands, to not get too flustered or frantic. That is the challenge of novice rowing. Right now, it is the crew from St. Mary's that has out to a one-length lead over the rest of the field. Mary's looking like a much more seasoned crew and really rowing cleanly, quite powerful. Big girls in that boat with a lot of power behind the oar. St. Mary's looking at a one-length lead over Lane 1, University of Central Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma, a Division II program with a few national titles under their belt, so out here with a novice crew also rowing quite well. In third place, we're going to move over to Lane 4, that's Santa Clara University. Santa Clara, a little bit more of a building year for the women on this program. In fourth place, right next to them, is going to be Lane 5, that's Seattle Pacific. In the fifth place spot is going to be Lane 6, Cal Poly Humboldt, right next to the University of Oregon. Oregon rowing out of Lane 3. So those two crews, Oregon and Humboldt, both in the green unisuits, indicative of where they row in the Northwest, surrounded by redwoods and lots of greenery. But the Lumberjacks doing a nice job in that outside lane. And Oregon pacing them as we come across 500 meters gone. What we're looking at up front is a really good race here developing between St. Mary's and the Broncos of Central Oklahoma. So Central Oklahoma, what we've noticed throughout this regatta is that they don't come out of the gates particularly fast. They definitely are a patient, a little bit more composed crew, and really capitalizing on a lower stroke rate and a lot of power and length coming out of the blade work. And indeed, that is what's happening right here as we come to 750 meters down. They've pulled even with the gales of St. Mary's. Both these two top boats, St. Mary's and Central Oklahoma, pushing themselves even further away from the rest of the pack. In fourth place, it continues to be Santa Clara. They're kind of all by themselves out there. We've got a lot of water in between the top two boats and then the rest of the field. So Santa Clara having to work off of what's happening in front of them. That coxswain probably looking at the St. Mary's and UCO boats chasing each other down and having to keep abreast of what's going on in the lanes that are behind. That's very difficult to do for a coxswain. She's laying down in the bow of the boat using a steering mechanism. It's very different if you are new to rowing, and probably a lot of new spectators here with these novice fours. So if you're watching on the live stream, it's one of the things that's a challenge is in these fours, the coxswain is laying down in the bottom of the boat so they can't see what's behind them. It's a really different sort of challenge, but all boats doing well, rowing cleanly. But at 1,000 meters, wow, those Broncos just really took off at that 750-meter line. And at the halfway point, it is now our new leader with the Broncos of UCO taking over the lead spot. They're now sitting bow to stern over St. Mary's. Back to St. Mary's by several lengths of open water. In third, it continues to be Santa Clara. Behind Santa Clara by open water, it's going to be Seattle Pacific in fourth, followed by Cal Poly Humboldt and University of Oregon. This is the grand final for the Collegiate Novice 4 for the women.
No, they're late. The women. So no. So that's those are 8 women. So they must have been percentile or maybe
And as we have our leader, which is University of Central Oklahoma in lane 1, coming through that 500 meter to go mark, it is looking like St. Mary's in that second place position has fallen back just a little bit, not a lot. Central Oklahoma should not get comfortable here because St. Mary's is still going to push as we get closer to the finish line chute. And if you are watching our live stream here, you can see the steering from these coxswains. They are having to compensate just a little bit because it is a little bit windy out there, which can be very tricky when you are at the waterline level with the view of that coxswain. You're getting the glint off the water, you're getting splashed in the face, you're getting water in the shell, you're getting backsplash, and you have glare from the sun. There is a lot to contend with while you are also steering your boat and urging your crews through their race execution. And here we have it, Central Oklahoma again still maintaining that lead on the shoreline here, followed very closely by St. Mary's, who is also having to make a little steering correction here. They're quite close to those starboard buoys. In the red zone, though, here we go. You can see them on the beach now, so keep an eye out for Central Oklahoma, closest to us. Again, looking at these crews, you would almost never guess that these are novice crews. Really finishing with a lot of poise here. University of Central Oklahoma maintaining their lead as they bring up the rate and actually clean up their catches a little bit too. This is some really, really nice rowing. What a finish from University of Central Oklahoma. This is very impressive rowing at the novice level here, followed by maybe a boat length open water for St. Mary's. And that will be Central Oklahoma in that first place position, followed by St. Mary's. And here we go, Santa Clara for that third place position. A great race here by University of Oregon and Seattle Pacific here coming in. What a race. And we have Humboldt on the outside coming in that final position. But again, that will be University of Central Oklahoma for the women's Novice 4 Grand Final.
Yeah, they're very
Stand down right now.
No, she's leaving.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
It's leaving. Like, I've been overtaken.
Okay, now that we can come over.
Santa Clara, St. Mary's, Oklahoma, come to the orange area.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at our final race of the day here with the Women's Collegiate Lightweight Novice 4. So with a lot of programs emphasizing different categories and different opportunities for athletes to race, we've not only got athletes in their first year of racing, but also as lightweights. So for women, the maximum weight is 130 pounds. For men, it's 155 pounds. So the level of technical proficiency and fitness, we're going to see that being played out here with these novice 4s. In lane 1, University of California at Davis. Lane 2, Cal Lightweights. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, C. Irvine. Lane 5, Cal, it's B. And lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. So 6 boats coming down at us. And right now that first place crew is going to come out of lane 2. That looks to be Cal Lightweights. And I am going to make a correction here, as this looks like it is a men's race. This is definitely not a women's race. I will be back to make sure that I have the correct information for you in just a minute.
So wrapping in one. She said University of California Davis
Is lane 1 closest to us or farthest from us?
All right, a little bit of an update from the course. Indeed, this is the men's collegiate lightweight novice 4. We've got only 5 boats on the course. It does look like lane 3 is not out here, so either a scratch or something else. So we're looking at our 2 leaders up front coming out of lanes 1 and 2, Cal Lights and UC Davis. Those 2 boats basically even at this point as we just come past 500 meters in. Behind both of those boats, behind Davis and Cal Lights, we're looking at a little bit of open water to our 3rd place crew, which is UC Santa Barbara. So UC Santa Barbara rowing on the outside lane 6. In 4th place, we're going to move over inside and look at UC Irvine. UC Irvine rowing in the 4th place position right down the center of the course. But then back to them with quite a bit of open water. It's going to be our final crew, which is the Cal Lights B. So California Lightweights, a great club program at the University of California. They have been around for quite a while, so a really good history there. And again, student run with some excellent coaches and great enthusiasm. Good to see them out here in this lightweight novice 4. But up front, it is now Davis as your new leader. Davis looking at already a 4-seat lead. They made a kind of a big jump. Really good push here, just shy of 1,000 meters in. Davis looking at a 4-seat lead now over Cal Lights A. These 2 crews well out in front with quite a bit of open water over 3rd place, UC Santa Barbara. UC Irvine's going to continue in 4th, and then finally Cal Lights B in 6th. All boats now either past or approaching 1,000 meters gone. That Davis boat looking really strong here. The wind has actually calmed down just a little bit, so we've got a little bit better conditions. Quite nice here as we've moved past the exposed area on Lake Natoma. I've got Davis clocked at 32 strokes a minute. Looks like they're bringing that rate up a little bit. Finishing out this regatta strong. Again, everything that these athletes do contributes to the overall points for their team. And super important to finish with the best possible ranking possible. A lot of these crews continuing on to the Akron National Championships. So Davis now opening up their lead by about 1.5 lengths of open water over Cal Lights. Santa Barbara staying strong here, about the same positioning between themselves and Cal Lights as we come up to the final 750 meters. Whitney, we'll turn it over to you for this final race of the day, final strokes of the WIRA Championship Regatta.
UCD! Ha ha!
I'm sorry.
Whitney, we'll turn it over to you for this final race of the day, final strokes of the WIRA Championship Regatta.
I just hurt myself on TV. Oh my God, whoops.
And it looks like we have just crossed the 500 meters to go mark, and our leader is still leading with a formidable lead here. We'll call it UC Davis here on the shore. I'm going to give them 3 boat lengths, open water. On the second place crew, Cal Lights. Now, UC Davis is really dominating the field here. I mean, they look calm, comfortable, cool, and ready to go, maybe ready to get off the water here. It is a little bit breezy out there, and lightweights get blown around a little bit more than the heavyweights sometimes, so they have to be very precise, very deliberate, get those blades in, and just row very, very cleanly. And that's kind of the fun of lightweight rowing, is they're just good. They're good rowers. Looking at these novice crews again, you'd never guess they were novices. Really, really great rowing out here today. And we are looking at UC Davis coming flying down the beach here for our final race of the day. Following a few boat lengths back, open water, is lane 2, Cal Lights. And if you are on the beach now, come down and cheer on UC Davis in that first place position. Coming down the track now, in the red zone, here come the Aggies. Coached by phenomenal coach Desmond Stahl here, who is back. There we go, lightweights, Cal lightweights, coming down lane 2. And that will be UC Davis.
Yeah!
In that first place position.
UCD! Come on, boys!
Followed again, no change here from Cal Lights. And on the outside,
Beautiful.
we haven't forgotten Santa Barbara crossing the line in third. Phenomenal comeback by Santa Barbara on the outside.
That's the end of a great weekend.
Is that Ella?
Yeah, the pink fan. Yeah.
In lane 4, that will be UCI.
Oh, yeah. You just walk right down there. Get lots of things. Yeah. You just walk right down the flat, right down there. I bet you can get some really good ones. I'll come with you. Yeah, that's super important.
And our final boat crossing the line of the Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships are the Cal Lights. And congratulations again to UC Davis for the men's lightweight novice 4. Congratulations to all crews who raced this weekend. And a really, really great job here again to UC Davis and these other novice crews. And we want to thank everybody for coming out this weekend to the Sac State Aquatic Center, all coaches, athletes, parents, and everybody else who came out to support or volunteer, race, launch drivers for spending so much time out on the water today. Congratulations to all crews who won overall points, individual races, just came out to execute a good race today, and everybody else who came out to support. So thank you again, and we will see you all next year.